frequency.
We are TFR. TFR.
True Frequency Radio.
About menu options. Condition orange. Situation delta in effect. Please enter your agent number now, followed by the hash key.
We have to create culture. Don't watch TV. Don't read magazines. Don't even listen to any PR.
Time comes when silence is betrayal.
More for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them. Think for yourself. Question authority.
This code has been compromised.
All right, welcome back, True Seeker. It is Wednesday, January 11th, 2023, already 11 days into the new year. And the topic of tonight is, are we on the verge of some kind of ordeal that will usher in the transition of digital currency? And we might have gotten some clues in recent days. Recall, first of all, this past summer, there was a conference in the Middle East, Dubai, if I'm not mistaken. Hey, I got to go back and look at what the conference was, but it was the talk of the truth community at the time. And several nations participated, and they focused on financial matters and what's to come in the world. And there was a representative from the U.S., and it was a woman, and she talked about how in the next 2 years, the U.S. will make the transition to digital currency. And she talked about how once that transition occurs, it will open up people in America to a lot of potential abuses by government, because again, government will be able to track every last penny of what's spent, what's earned, etc., etc. And again, for the beginning of this year, the big focus of the nation has been the very important subject of Demar Hamlin, the Buffalo Bill. And when we talk about bills, we think about dollars. And when we talk about how he collapsed in the first quarter, that terminology of first quarter is also used in financial markets. And again, he's number 3, Demar Hamlin. He's born March 24th, born in the 3rd month. And since he collapsed, we also had a basketball player at Old Dominion who wears the number 3, collapse as well, and his birthday also happens to be March 24th. And the thing about both of them being born on March 24th is it's the 83rd day of the year, and you are listening to the Gematria Effect. The most simple cipher in Gematria is A is 1, B is 2, C is 3, up to Z, the 26th letter is 26. The word collapse equals 83. So you have 2 men collapsing who both wear the same jersey number, 3. They're both born in the 3rd month, and they're both born on the 83rd day of the year, when in Gematria, collapse equals 83. Also interesting is if you run the alphabetic order in reverse, Z is 1 back to A is 26, collapse equals 133. For the record, the word football is 83 and 133, the same as collapse. But Old Dominion, the college that had the basketball player who just collapsed, Old Dominion's establishment date is 13/3, the 13th day of the 3rd month, also the day that Pope Francis became Pope in history. And could that potentially be the symbolism? A bill collapsing in what's an obvious hoax, except for to the American people who are blind as bats, That's why they say in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. I mean, there's about a gazillion clues that the entire thing was a hoax and a ritual, including the fake ambulance coming out on the field. Then, lo and behold, they put out an image of him in the hospital hooked up to an IV that's connected to nothing. So anyway, the reason they do these rituals is to give clues of what is to come. And it's almost like it is their morality system, to give a little clue for what's next. And let's not forget who's doing all of this. It is the Society of Jesus, the Jesuit order. So many people are waiting for Jesus to come save them, the man who speaks in riddles. And again, every day riddles are laid down for us, and most people just glaze right over them. Who missed today that it's the 11th day of the year and all flights were grounded at 9 a.m.? How about Demar Hamlin, released from the hospital for the second time this week? First released on the 9th, then he went to another hospital, now released on the 11th, and then released 9 days after the initial incident on the 2nd, where they said there were 9 minutes of CPR. Of course, he plays for the New York football team. But anyhow, Gematria, the knowledge to truly see through the rituals. And again, the woman said this past summer that it'll happen within the next 2 years. So that could be as soon as this March. It could also be potentially next March. And a day that's really interesting in March, year after year, there seems to be a big ritual on it, is March 15th, the Ides of March, the 74th day of the year. The day in history that Julius Caesar was stabbed to death on the divided Senate. Right now you're hearing about how divided the Congress is. They can't even settle on a Speaker of the House. The Ides of March is the 74th day of the year, and let's not forget what happened in Buffalo in light of Demar Hamlin on the 74th birthday of Israel. You had the mass shooting at the Tops, and they said the shooter was a white supremacist who used the same manifesto as the Christchurch, New Zealand white supremacist shooter, a shooting that happened on the Ides of March. And then when Demar Hamlin was first released from the hospital earlier this week on the 9th, that was 74 days before his birthday. Again, the Ides of March, the 74th day of the year. Before I get too far ahead of myself, let's also keep an eye on what happens this Friday the 13th. That could get interesting. But anyhow, if anyone has any thoughts tonight on if we are on the verge of a major financial transition, if you think you know when they would do it, I think that would make a great call tonight, because this is something that is likely to happen, like the woman said this past summer at the World Summit, the focus on world finances and what's coming. Again, she said in the next 2 years, the U.S. will be on a digital currency. And again, we'll find out if that's accurate as time moves on, and we'll find out just how soon it is. But again, tonight, if you're calling in, I would like for that to be the main focus. If you have one other quick idea, also open to that idea, or open to other ideas as well, if it's in the ballpark. But the main topic tonight, it has been introduced. If the callers can be on point, bring additional information to the conversation, additional thoughts, observations, other clues that are out there, I'd like to hear them. And oh yeah, one more thought about the Ides of March. Demar Hamlin, he changed his jersey number from 31 to 3 before the season began. And he actually changed his jersey number exactly 17 weeks before the Week 17 ritual, which was the day leaving 117 days left in the year, only for the incident with the Buffalo Bills to happen on the 117th day of the NFL season. Remember, the top shooting was exactly 117 days before their season opener. Of course, Buffalo Bills equals 117, but then at the same time, so does Central Intelligence Agency, the Mass Mind Control Agency, which really stands for Catholics in Action. And, of course, when it comes to mind control, there's not really too many things doing more of that than the world of entertainment and pro sports. But with those thoughts out there, we are going to go out to the calls. If you'd like to phone in tonight, the number is 213-233-3998. Again, 213-233-3998. And just as a heads up, Jeff Young does plan to call in tonight. Again, Jeff Young, our resident rock star, the former guitarist of Megadeth, who did break the news to me about Jeff Beck's passing. And if you did miss the coverage of Jeff Beck's death, I talk about 201 and the Jesuits all the time. Jeff Beck's dead on the 201st day of his age, at age 78. The news breaks 78 days before Eric Clapton's birthday, and one day after Jimmy Page's birthday, who was just 78 a couple days ago. Of course, Jesuit equals 78, whereas the Jesuit order equals 201. And then Jeff Beck recently did put out an album with Johnny Depp titled 18. He dies 180 days from the release of the album on an 18-date numerology. Of course, the Jesuit acronym IHS equals 18, like sun. And for further proof it's the Jesuits, the Yardbirds, Jeff Beck's original band with Eric Clapton and Jimmy Page, they're 59 years old right now, that band. Johnny Depp's 59 years old, and Jeff Beck died 59 days after the Jesuit Superior General's birthday. He also died on the Pope's 25th day of his age, where Pope's 25, so is London, and so is rock. But okay, with those things out of the way, let's go out to the callers. Again, if you want to phone in tonight, the number is 213-233-3998. That is always the number for TFR. And first in line is 734. Thanks for calling in, 734.
Zach.
Yes.
Zach, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, let me find my notes real fast. I think you were talking about the currency. I didn't expect to be on this soon, but hold on. Shit.
I can come back to you.
Anyway, I just joined the Patreon about right before Thanksgiving, and I had a curious question about having like an afterthought stream, doing like what you coulda, shoulda, woulda done, and why this bet missed, or just like a community action for some of the patrons that I think you should give a heads up to the new patrons, because there's trolls in your Patreon that pretend to be you, but they aren't really you. And I think that's an issue too.
It is. It's a headache. I've been dealing with it for 7 years, nonstop trolling, and I kind of just see it as like a Darwinian theory at this point. Survival of the fittest. If people can't figure it out, then they're not meant for it. So, but I do hear what you're saying, and an afterthought show, it's a possibility, but again, a lot of people just come in and flourish with the knowledge, and other people don't. And like I said, survival of the fittest at this point. So,
or make a little tighter knit community of actual guys who know how to parlay, who know how to pick games, and I don't know. I read a lot of the messages in the Patreon, and I get a lot of good information, but I also get a lot of negative information, But
well, the people on the Patreon are most. Again, this is totally off topic, this call, but anyway, the people that live on the Patreon are the trolls, and they sit there to disrupt the community each day. That's why I say don't even pay attention to the comment section, because it's nothing but trolls that are paid to harass. But this call is also 1,000,000% off topic tonight. And anyway.
Well, but I did have something on topic, though. In the Gematriator, real quick, I wanted you to type in 2023.
Just, again, I don't want to type in things. Just tell me what the point is.
Look at the 2023 spelled out is 270 in ordinal, and 270th prime number is your Masonic temple. All this number.
Okay.
And there's 2 81s in there. I think 81 is going to be a big number that plays a lot this year, not just in sports, but in like political sphere. Maybe it's connected to crypto somehow. I don't know. I haven't looked into it that deep.
Interesting point again. Jared Bolsonaro's phone name equals 81, and they just had January 6th 2.0 on 8/1 all synced up. All right, caller. Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Well, I wanted one more point to make. Like 81, like Nicholas is 81. That's my name. The guy from 8 is Enough just passed away. His character name was Nicholas Bradford, and I did the gematria on that, and that was pretty interesting. I really think 81 is going to be significant this year.
All right.
And I had a lot of other things I wanted to talk about, but like you caught me off guard. I'll just listen the rest of the night. I appreciate it.
All right, perfect. All right, have a good
First
one.
time,
Take care.
long time.
Okay, let's go out to Michigan. What's going on, Michigan?
Hey, Zach, just listening tonight. Thanks.
All right, appreciate it. Have a good one. Okay, and just for the record, you guys, when you're just listening, there is a number right on TFR that's called the listening line, and when you call into that one, I can't see that you called in. This is the call board. All right, let's go out to 772. What's going on, 772?
Hello, Zach?
Yeah, you're on.
Oh, wow. I didn't think I was going to get on, man. I'm first-time caller, man. I've been listening to you like off and on since like 2012, 2013. And I lost you, you know, because I know your channel always gets deleted. So, but I heard you say in like a previous video, just type your name in and you should be able to find your current channel or whatnot. I didn't know the show was going to be about the dollar, but it is kind of somewhat ballpark. Like it's about Peyton Hillis. I don't know if you heard the news about him jumping in the water to save his children, and he's in a critical condition right now.
I did hear about that story, but I did not look into it.
Okay. I can be real quick, man. I just wanted to touch on a few things, and it's kind of related to Hamlin in a certain way. And I noticed at the start of this stream, you said the collapse is 133, and I got a lot of those numbers popping up. It's my first time kind of trying to do a decode. I commented in your last few videos saying I wanted to call in. I kept missing your stream, so I'll be quick, I promise. The thing that made me think about it was my daughter showed me a TikTok with Peyton Hillis, and it had a picture of him and Hamlin. And I know Hamlin sums to 33 and Hillis sums to 33. But the way that they had the picture was they only showed half of his body right there, the New York Post. But next to Hamlin, it showed Hamlin's 3. So I'm like, okay, they keep showing this 33 over and over again. So I started looking into the story about him jumping in the water. And they said he jumped into the Gulf in the Pensacola area in Florida. So I don't know. I went on this whole thing. I'm not going to go through all of it because I'm trying to be quick here. I know it's not really close to the topic that you're talking about. But I looked up the Super Bowl with the Giants and the Bills, the Super Bowl 25. And they had a few like things on Wikipedia that said, I think that was the one that Whitney Houston performed the national anthem. And I know that supposedly her cause of death was her drowning. And then Peyton Hillis is in critical condition right now for almost drowning to save his kid. And the halftime show of that Super Bowl was New Kids on the Block. And that was the first time that a Super Bowl, they didn't broadcast the halftime show. They cut off, it was the ABC that was covering the game. And they went to Peter Jennings and they started covering the war in the Gulf. So I don't know. I thought that was a connection there. There was a lot of first times. Both teams were 13-3. So there's your 133 there. Brian Dable, who's the coach of the Giants, his last team that he was coaching for was the Buffalo Bills. His best record was 13-3. And I don't know. I mean, New York's supposed to be like, you know, a financial capital, Wolf of Wall Street. Yeah, I know New York's big on the stock market. So number 33, I don't know if that's any relation to what you were talking about in the beginning of the stream, but I had a whole bunch of other stuff on Peyton Hillis that was kind of interesting. Like he was one of those Madden cursed athletes, and there's a lot of numbers that match up with his jersey numbers throughout his career. And I found out that he started an acting career after his football career. And there's some like interesting synchronicities with that too. So I kind of don't want to hold up your line, man. I know you wanted to talk about the dollar, so I don't know what you think about what I found so far. That's like my first attempt at trying to pick some numbers and stuff. So.
Okay. Well, I don't really have any thoughts on it right now because I haven't looked into it, and like I said, I was hoping we get calls about the topic. So anyhow, appreciate it.
Right. Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Yeah. All right. Take care. All right. So business as usual. Hey, you guys, I got to be honest, man. I don't know if I'm ever going to try to do a topic show again because it's like in all the years I've ever tried to say, like, here's the topic tonight. Have you guys ever heard anybody call in on topic? It's like, what is wrong with people? Like, literally, what is wrong with people? All right, let's go out to 772. What's up, 772?
Oh, sorry, I'm on the line still. I'll hang up.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right, another 772, back to back. 772, what's up?
Hey, Zach. One reason I think that people don't call in on topic, sometimes myself included, is that usually we find research on the topic that you're talking about after the show's already done, and we'll find something interesting and talk about it in the next show or something like that.
But the point of calling into a topic show would be, I have information to add on that topic, right?
Yeah, I just don't think that people find information fast enough. I think maybe that's why. That's just my personal thing. But I do have something on topic, though. The World Economic Forum was talking about Ripple or XRP becoming like the new crypto. I noticed that Ripple is 86. So it would be interesting if they 86 the dollar. Which what I would imagine would happen is that they crash the dollar, which is basically what they're doing right now. That they crash the dollar and they say, well, the dollar is worthless, it's unstable. You know, we need some new crypto. But the thing is that
your phone is not working tonight.
Okay, now is it working?
Yeah.
Okay, so most money that exists right now is actually already digital and tracked. We use it for our credit cards. Most of the money in existence is digital. They track everything on the credit cards. It's practically impossible to have a private purchase because everybody, you know, they loop people in with, oh, you can get points by using a credit card, even though they track those purchases and send it to the government, sell it to everybody that wants to buy what you're buying, you know, where you're buying stuff. So everybody's kind of already inside the system, you know, that everything's digital. It would be easy to just say, well, you know, we're going to shift it to crypto, and you know, most people probably wouldn't even notice because everybody's already using crypto anyway. You know, I went to Miami, and you know those parking meters, you don't even put coins in them anymore. Now they're digital. You have to get some app and put electronic money in them. So, I mean, it's possible that could be where it's heading because, I mean, it's hard to pay with cash and with anything nowadays, you know. Even going to like garage sales, people are like, oh, do you have Zelle? Do you have CashApp? Like all this other stuff, you know. Nobody's even doing cash. So, yeah, I mean, things are kind of heading there. So at first I kind of disagreed with you, but I mean, I don't know. It seems like things are kind of going in that direction.
Yeah, I mean, they've definitely been moving in that direction. It's just they have plans to phase out all hard cash, which means no more mattress money, no more handing a dollar bill to homeless people. Oh, you want to help out the homeless guy? You got Cash App? I guess you're out of luck. So.
Yep. You wanna buy something from a yard sale? Now you got to pay taxes. You know. You want to sell something at a yard sale? That's all going to be tax money.
Right. That's why they want to do it, so they can tax everything.
One thing I wanted to say, I just thought it was kind of a big thing. It's a little bit off topic, but I thought it was important. Can I say it, or you want to just move on to the next caller?
Yeah, just quickly. Like I said, if you can call in on topic and then maybe one additional quick thought, that's fine.
Okay. So, there's a story last week. It was actually last Wednesday. It was about Jill Biden getting a skin lesion removed from her eye. So this is a story that's on CNN. It was last Wednesday. So I decoded the story, and I noticed it had a lot of numbers. So Jill, skin lesion is 46. This is Joe Biden's wife. I also noticed that I is 46 because it was right above her eye, and they talked about that. I also noticed that St. Croix, they mentioned that they had just gotten back from St. Croix for vacation. That's 36, just like IHS. But they said that it was Cancer, and I noticed that Cancer was 44, but also Joe Biden is 44. And so what I noticed was maybe they're foreshadowing Joe Biden getting cancer and dying of cancer. He said twice recently that he has cancer, so that could possibly be something that they say he could die of. Also, the type of surgery that she got was called Mohs surgery, M-O-H-S. MOHS surgery, and I noticed that was 57 and 129, a perfect overlap with First Lady. Also, Scottish Rite is 57, but also her press secretary, Vanessa Valdivia. I noticed that they like to use the same letter for each name. So VV is 44. Also, V is 4 in the most pure cipher, so VV would be 44 again. And she got the surgery in Maryland. Maryland is 34. I also noticed that the date numerology, or at least what I think the date numerology is 12. I noticed that Joe is 12, like Joe Biden. So it was a very coded story. I thought it was interesting. It could possibly be foreshadowing that he dies of cancer, since he's already said that he has cancer twice. So,
all right, we got a quick commercial break. We'll be right back, everybody. Sit tight. That was good.
You need to get this in your spirit, because I don't know what you're walking through, but some of you right now, you are in a tough season. An event has happened, and something's happened, and maybe you have failed. But I want to remind you that failure is not final, it's formative. It is not final, it is formative. It is part of the process. It's part of the journey. Your failure matters as much as your success. How do you think you're going to grow if you don't ever fail? Yet some of you have failed, and you have decided, well, guess what? I'm a failure. No, failure is an event. It is never a person. Just because you failed doesn't mean that you're a failure. In fact, failure is actually fuel for your future. The way that you grow, the way that you advance, you have to fail in order to succeed. I wish I could get a witness at 12:15 who knew that they've gone through some failures, and just because you failed doesn't mean it's final. It's formative.
It's amazing how people have been raving about ILife all over Facebook. They've been posting their testimonials just because they want to get the word out, because it's worked so well for them. If you're not familiar with ILife, it's a 99% pure CBD oil. But the secret is the synergy between the hemp and the ayahuasca vine, the non-psychoactive component of the ayahuasca tea. We recently received an email from a wife whose husband has Parkinson's. For the first time, he's been able to sleep through the entire night. Another customer reported that they're no longer using NSAIDs because their tennis elbow has been relieved with ILife. The reports have been phenomenal and much more than we ever expected. Everyone should have access to this. That's why if you head on over to ILife.com right now and use coupon code TFR, we'll give you $5 towards your order. And we'll even ship it worldwide. That's ILife.com, AYA-life.com.
Once in a decade, a true story comes along that remembers the future. After 6 Amazon bestsellers, I have completed the epic Birth Trilogy, a true story of Earth. By reading the Birth Trilogy, you will journey with the characters from the origin of Earth to its final destiny in a white-knuckle ride that combines the intrigue of Tom Clancy with the epic scope of Prometheus and Interstellar. You will learn more about the purpose of life, the mystery of death, and the true nature of your soul than you thought possible. The Birth Trilogy is now available on Amazon and Kindle. The audio version is a free bonus when you buy the the paperback, so even if you're not a great reader, don't worry about it. I read it for you. Use the Amazon app today and buy the Birth Trilogy, spelled B-E-A-R-T-H, or search for my name. I'm Brooks Agnew.
You are now tuned into the truth frequency.
Your protection from deception. TFR.
Truth Frequency Radio.
All right, we're back, Truth Seeker, and it is Rambo's time to shine, and we'll allow Rambo to go off topic. He's always got a brilliant one, so we'll see what he's got tonight. What's up, Rambo?
Yeah, thanks again. Yeah, you wanted me to look at the Demar Hamlin injury. You brought it up last week, and so I looked into it, and yeah, I'm glad I did. So I don't know if I'm repeating some things that other people have already said. There are great decoders out there, and everybody was on this topic. But yeah, I found some things which I think might be unique to my decode. And again, like you'd mentioned, I've done this Hiram Abiff topic, which you're right, that was the center of the ritual. The kneeling, which we've seen. And so the title of my decode is The Demar Hamlin Monday Night Football Collapse, Third Degree Initiation Ritual, and the Freemason Name of God. So, yeah, so everyone knows now Demar Hamlin, that's been the focus of attention. It's transcended sports, it's transcended football. Even though you're not a football fan, you're not a sports fan, you still have had to face this story. It's the primary news story over the last week. And yeah, there's all the Pray for Demar, which is it's pray if you want in football. They do these Pray for Demar, rallies. And what they're doing is they actually, people are maybe naive, not really looking at, some of the, some of the things that don't add up about the story, things like that. But they are appealing to people's empathy and humanity, and which I guess it's a form of energy harvesting. What they're doing is they're using people's energy for a ritual. So one of the most famous magician of all time is Aleister Crowley. He even worked for the British government. That's how important his magic was. He also worked for the German government too. Well, one of the things Aleister Crowley pointed out is a magic ritual is most effective the more people that witness it. And that's part of the reason they do this. If the more witnesses you have, it actually adds to the magic. So we can only speculate on what the intention of the magicians is. But definitely this is why they do this. People say, why would they do this? What's the point of doing this? It's a legitimate question. Well, it's magic. It's not something that very, very, very few people are familiar with the whole concept of magic. Even the idea that people in power are doing magic rituals. It's hard to grasp, but that's why they do it. I mean, you're not gaining money from it. It's a ritual, and they need that massive amount of energy focused on it. This is why this is happening. So,
well, they did gain money from it. They made over $8 million. They made a lot of money.
Who's that?
The whole league and the supposed charity, Demar Hamlin's charity, raised over $8 million.
Okay, there's some money. I mean, the NFL isn't hurting for money. I just put it that way. But even more than money, money is something you earned. You put your soul into some activity. Your life force went into some activity, which even is the work, whatever it is, to earn the money. you give money, that's actually what they're siphoning off as well. But yeah, so the elements in this incident line up with the ritual of the 3rd degree Master Mason initiation. So, and the big key to the ritual here is jersey number 3. And as you pointed out, 3 was not always his jersey number. It was only changed at the beginning of the season. So in retrospect, you can see they changed his jersey number for this season. And I don't know, for those who are not into football, for a player of his position, typically number 3 is not worn. He's a safety. He's what's called a safety. I mean, again, not everyone's familiar with football, but this transcends football. His position is safety. And traditionally in football, single-digit numbers are for kickers and quarterbacks. It's normal to have a quarterback number 3. It's normal to have a kicker number 3. It's not normal to have a safety number 3. Now, his old number was 31. That is a normal safety number. So this shows you the importance of the number 3 to the ritual. They're actually giving him a number that does not fit his position. It's unprecedented that a safety would be number 3. But in Freemasonry, number 3 is one of the central numbers. And again, so what we see in the Demar Hamlin incident is a reenactment or an enactment of the ritual for the initiation of the 3rd degree. There's a number 3, the 3rd degree Master Mason. And the ritual is based on the ancient Egyptian legend of Osiris. So I'll explain that first so you have a general idea what the ritual is based on. Now, I said last week, if we want to analyze the esoteric roots to allow what's going on in the news or even in popular culture, movies, TV, again, these are the people who write these things. The legend of Osiris is central. It's central to a lot. You will line up a lot of scripts according to the legend of Osiris. So Osiris is a green vegetation god from ancient Egypt. He's a vegetation god. So an earth god. But vegetation is related to the sun because you have fertility at the times when the sun is up, starting at the spring equinox, through summer, through the summer solstice, through to the autumnal equinox. That's when you have most vegetation. So for that reason, a vegetation god is directly related to the sun. And some scholars actually say Osiris is a sun god, and there's this dispute, is he a sun god or is he a vegetation god? Well, the sun is related to vegetation. So in a Osiris ritual, even though he's a green vegetation god, you're going to see elements of the sun. And so in the Osiris legend, Osiris is killed by his evil brother Set. And this is symbolic of the sun setting. That's where we get the word in English, set, for sunset. It comes from ancient Egypt. It is from the name of the god who kills Osiris. So the sun dies at the autumnal equinox. Remember that Donald Trump tweeted against the kneeling on September 23rd. September 23rd is, in general, where they'll generally honor the martyrdom of Hiram Abiff. It was based on Osiris. But I guess I don't know if Master Masons are only initiated at that time, or they can be initiated any time of the year. But September 23rd, that's the autumnal equinox. That's when Donald Trump tweeted against the kneeling. That shows you that Donald Trump, he's part of it. He knows it. He did the apprentice. What is apprentice? The entered apprentice of Freemasonry. So, yeah, so the time that Osiris is alive is from, it's from the vernal equinox, when the sun comes back, through to the, he comes back as Horus, through to the solstice, summer solstice, and then he dies at the autumnal equinox. So from equinox to equinox through the summer is the time of Osiris, and then he dies in the underworld of winter. And Freemasonry has an allegory based on Osiris and their allegorical figure based on Osiris is called Hiram Abiff. And the name Hiram Abiff, this has to do with astrology because the sun is resurrected at the vernal equinox, the spring equinox. This is the time of Aries, the zodiac sign of Aries. The symbol for Aries is the ram. So Hiram Abiff means high ram above. And it's a reference to Aries, the ram. Aries is the ram. So Aries is referenced in the name Hiram Abiff. And why is that relevant? Because Demar Hamlin is an Aries. So he's very deeply coded with Hiram Abiff. And Hiram Abiff in the Masonic legend is the architect of Solomon's temple. And he's a third-degree master mason. And while he is building Solomon's temple, so as a third-degree master mason, he knows, which is something you earn to get that degree, you know what's called they call it the secret word of the master mason, also known as the lost word of the master mason, also known as the secret word of God. And only a master mason can know that. So while Hiram Abiff is constructing Solomon's temple, and he's a third-degree master mason, he's confronted by 3 second-degree masons. Second degree is known as fellow craft. Now, they're only second degrees. They have no right to know the word of the master mason. They have no right. They haven't earned it. What they try to do is force it out of him. And the 3 second-degree Freemasons, fellow craft, who attack him, trying to extort the word out of him, collectively are called the 3 ruffians. And again, this is why Demar Hamlin were number 3. Number 3 is so central to Freemasonry. And Hiram Abiff, rather than give away the name, the secret word of God, the secret word of the master mason, he dies. He's killed by them rather than give it up. That's why he's a martyr. He's a martyr just for the cause of Freemasonry, for protecting the word of the master mason. So that's why they call it the martyrdom of Hiram Abiff. That's what he's a martyr for. And that's who Demar Hamlin represents, and this is the myth that is reenacted during the initiation ceremony for Master Masons in the York Rite version of Freemasonry. There's York Rite, there's Scottish Rite, there's actually Swedish Rite as well. There's all this, it gets kind of complicated. But in general, this is York Rite, the one that originated in England, 1717. And Hiram Abiff, he's first attacked by the first ruffian, the second-degree Freemason, at the west gate of Solomon's temple. No, at the south gate first, then at the west gate by the second one. Then he's killed at the east gate, and then his body is buried in the west. Why is the body buried in the west? Because the sun sets in the west. These are all metaphors for the sun. And the zodiac sign for the autumnal equinox is Libra. So Libra is when the sun sets on the year. So Hiram Abiff, so Osiris is resurrected as Horus in the spring equinox, the time of Aries, which is Demar Hamlin's zodiac sign. That's when Hiram Abiff and Osiris are resurrected. That means the sun has come back. The sun has come back to life. And that's it. So the equinoxes are very important to these Freemason allegories. The equinoxes are very important. The equinoxes and the equator. And so you're talking about Aries for the spring and Libra for the autumn. And like I said before, Demar Hamlin is an Aries. His birthday is March 24th. And that's when the sun is resurrected. So he's Horus, and he's a resurrected Hiram Abiff. And Osiris was killed at the autumnal equinox. And again, Hiram Abiff is the Freemason version of Osiris. So that's the background to the whole ritual. And so Hiram Abiff is martyred protecting the secret word of the Master Mason, also known as the lost word of the Master Mason, also known as the secret name of God. Now, there is a Freemason name for God. They don't say that this necessarily is the name that Hiram Abiff was protecting. But there is a Freemason word for God. It's even on Wikipedia. It's not that secret. You don't have to be in this day and age, you don't need to be a Freemason or Master Mason to know this. It's even on Wikipedia. One of the Freemason word for God is Jabulon. And there are two spellings of it. It's J-A-H, Jah, Bulon, B-U-L-O-N. It's a word for God by Freemasons. And it's kind of controversial because Freemasons says they don't have a separate God, that it's just a general, it's not a specific Freemason God. And some people are, the controversy is like, no, that's yes, you do have your own separate God. So this, and if one wants to look at it, it's a rich subject to look into. So it can be spelled with the A or with the H or without the H, but it's Jabulon. It's a Freemason word for God. You don't need to be a Freemason to know this in this day and age. If you're interested, you can see it's on Wikipedia. But this explains why they you would have used this particular venue, this particular football, to do a ritual like this. The ritual is Hiram Abiff. Hiram Abiff, this is so, Hamlin is playing the role of the person, the entity who died protecting the secret name of God. So, and if one of the names for God from Freemasonry is Jabulon, well, you look at the four base ciphers of English Gematria, Jabulon and football, grand slam, perfect match in all four base ciphers, which synchronizes with the ritual. Now again, it doesn't say specifically that Jabulon is the name that Hiram Abiff was protecting. Actually, there's another word they actually use for that. It's Mahabone, which again, you can look this stuff up. You don't need to be a Freemason in this information age. Mahabone is generally considered the name that Hiram Abiff was protecting. And Mahabone, it's known as a password to get, for a Master Mason to get into a hall or a temple. There's a person at the door called a Tyler, and you have to whisper to the Tyler, the password, and they think Jabulon, that's the word that Hiram Abiff was protecting. But Gematria suggests otherwise. Gematria suggests that Jabulon might have been it. Football, Jabulon, perfect match. So Hiram Abiff is portrayed in a football venue. And this isn't the only football venue where it happened. In the other football, the world football, which is soccer, which the world recognizes as football, the biggest event in sports, which transcends football again, is the World Cup. Well, in 2010, the World Cup was held, the only time it's ever been held in Africa. It was held in South Africa, which is why they roll out this ritual specifically for Africa, because these are, these rituals, that's where they originate. Adidas makes the official ball for the World Cup, as it is in 2010, and the name for the 2010 World Cup football in South Africa was Jabulani. It's obvious where did they come up with Jabulani? It sounds like an African name. It can pass, and maybe there is by coincidence a word Jabulani, but it's Jabulani. And then when you look at the Gematria, Jabulon and football, perfect match. So that's why in 2010 they named the official World Cup ball Jabulani. It's a reference to Jabulon, the Freemason word for God. So the number 3, so Demar Hamlin wore number 3, which is just the most significant aspect of the ritual. I'll give an example how 3s are very important to Freemasonry. There are 3 degrees in York Rite Freemasonry. First degree, entered apprentice. Second degree, fellow craft. Third degree, master mason. The Hiram Abiff is killed by 3 ruffians. They're called Jubilo, Jubilah, and Jubilum. I made a mistake there. I put Jubilo twice, but it's Jubilo, Jubilah, and Jubilum. Those are the 3 ruffians. There are 3 grand masters of the Masonic order. One is King Solomon, King Hiram of Tyre, and Hiram Abiff. There are 3 pillars in Freemason allegory. You'll see the twin pillars in the middle pillar. Those represent Solomon, King Hiram, and Hiram Abiff. So Hiram Abiff's body in legend was found by 3 master masons. And also another thing, the 3 pillars of Freemasonry also represent the tropics: the Tropic of Cancer, the Tropic of Capricorn, and the equator. And the equator is central to this ritual here as well, all 3 of those. So Jesus Christ and Hiram Abiff, they're both of the archetype of Horus, the resurrected son. So Hiram Abiff, Jesus Christ, he's a Christ-like figure. And the Horus existed long before Jesus Christ did. In fact, a popular Christian iconography of the baby Jesus sitting on the lap of the Virgin Mary is taken directly from ancient Egypt, who depicted the baby Horus sitting on the lap of Isis. And again, Horus is a resurrected Osiris. So Jesus Christ is part of this archetype. And Jesus Christ was resurrected after 3 days. So three is, so this is central through, Christianity has adopted the same symbols. You can say, oh, this is Freemasons, and I don't know, there's a lot of skepticism of, more than skepticism. Many Christians think Freemasonry is satanic, but it's the exact same symbols. The 3 days, the resurrected sun, it's the same. So it's a central spiritual theme that they're using. The 3 ruffians are also representative of the 3 authorities in front of whom Jesus Christ was tried. Jesus Christ was first tried in front of Caiaphas. Then he was tried in front of Herod. Then he was tried in front of Pontius Pilate, and Pontius Pilate is the one who gave him the death sentence. So that's the equivalent of Jubilo, who attacked Hiram Abiff. Jubilah attacked Hiram Abiff, and it was Jubilam who finally killed him. That's Pontius Pilate. And there are 3 lodges in Freemasonry. There's the Blue Lodge of York Rite Freemasonry. There's the White Lodge of Scottish Rite Freemasonry. And the Red Lodge is an elite level lodge of Scottish Rite. It's 33, you have to be 33. They even have, Scottish Rite has, I've seen some 90-something degree, which, I'm not sure how this works. I thought 33 was the highest stuff. Apparently there are others. I've seen like a 90 plus degree Freemason. That would be the Red Lodge. So again, Blue Lodge, York Rite. White Lodge is Scottish Rite, up to 32nd degree. And then the Red Lodge is above that, Scottish Rite. So it's red, white, blue. Very significant. The colors of the lodges, where did Freemasonry get those colors? They got it from ancient Egypt. Where in ancient Egypt, pharaohs and gods were depicted in various crowns. There's the blue crown. The blue crown was a war crown. When a pharaoh was going to war, when they were at war, the pharaoh would wear a blue crown. That's a war crown. And in southern Egypt, which is considered Upper Egypt is actually the south of Egypt. It's kind of backwards because the Nile flows from south to north. The Nile flows up, not the other way. So Upper Egypt is, I guess, the higher point where the river flows down to the north. So that's the white crown. The white crown is for southern Egypt, which is Upper Egypt. I know it's confusing. And then the red crown is for the pharaohs and gods of northern Egypt, which is Lower Egypt. And so those are the 3 crowns of ancient Egypt. The pharaohs and gods were the red crown, the white crown, or the blue crown. In fact, Osiris is always depicted wearing the white crown. Again, that's the crown of Lower Egypt. But this is where Freemasonry got those colors. Red, white, and blue are Freemason colors they got from Egypt. And there are several countries. Multiple countries do this, but we know who the most notable, powerful countries in the world use those 3 colors, and it comes from ancient Egypt. The United States, Great Britain, that's where modern-day York Rite Freemasonry started. The no coincidence, they have red, white, and blue. France, which is a major, their Freemasonry is actually older than before 1717. They have like an older form of Freemasonry. That's actually where the Illuminati, with the Jesuits, or the Illuminati, they actually infiltrated the French and German lodges. That's how the Jesuits got into Freemasonry, is through the French and German lodges before they got to the British ones. And so France is red, white, and blue as well. That's their national color. And Russia. These are all these major, most powerful countries in the world, all red, white, and blue. You could add a country like Australia. That's where it comes from. So why did they pick the Buffalo Bills for this ritual? Well, conveniently, their team colors are red, white, and blue. These are Freemason colors, which come from ancient Egypt, and this was a ritual involving ancient Egyptian mythology. And so Buffalo has other significance. So there is a figure, his name is, and he's a Freemason, his name is William Morgan. He's from the Grand Lodge of British Columbia. He's a master mason, and he petitions to join a lodge in Batavia, New York, in upstate New York. I think that's actually further north than Buffalo. And they refused. And I guess he had this issue with Freemasons, personal issues. He petitioned the lodge. The lodge wouldn't accept him, and because of his issues with I guess New York Freemasonry, he decided, you know what, I am going to release Freemason rituals details to the public, which again, he's taken an oath not to do this. So, I mean, he's a sympathetic figure, but at the same time, he did take an oath not to do this. So, William Morgan, he was last seen in Youngstown, New York. Now, Youngstown, New York, it's in Niagara County, and it is part of the Niagara-Buffalo metropolitan area. So, William Morgan, he's the first person to reveal the martyrdom of Hiram Abiff ritual, the third-degree Master Mason ritual, to the public. And this was in 1825. He released a book called Illustrations of Masonry. And it's, you can just Google or just any web search illustrations of Masonry. You can get PDFs, you can get books. It's a very, to this day, it's still a very heavily cited book. But that was the first time, even if you were a Freemason back at that time in 1825, you would not know about the martyrdom of Hiram Abiff ritual. You had to become a Master Mason, then you learn about it. And if you weren't a Freemason at all, I mean, you would know anything about it. The public first learned about it from William Morgan. And he disappeared from the Buffalo, Niagara metropolitan area. And I believe that that's another reason, besides the red, white, and blue of their uniform, that they chose Buffalo for the location of this. That's the location where the ritual that Demar Hamlin was participating in was revealed to the public in that area.
And just for people who don't know, the last time he was ever seen was on September 11th, 1826, of all days.
Yeah, that's when they arrested him. You're right. That's the last time they saw him. He was arrested, but then he was released after that. It was completely trumped. He was released after that.
That's the story.
So he was arrested. He was arrested on September.
It's going to commercial break. We'll be right back, everybody. Sit tight.
This is iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio makes you want to move. When you have a great melody, a song lasts forever.
Instantly connected.
I love it when the beat goes.
Did you know you can listen to Truth Frequency Radio on iHeartRadio? Just download the app to your smart car, smartphone, or smart TV and get the best of TFR wherever you are.
iHeartRadio.
I'll see you there.
So, you love talk radio? Then you'll love TalkStreamLive.com. TalkStream Live is always on, 24/7, with the best streaming talk shows. Find your favorite talkers and discover some new ones. It's free, readily available online or on mobile with any smartphone or tablet. Finding your favorite talk shows all in one place has gotten a whole lot easier. Just go to TalkStreamLive.com. Be sure to download the free apps from Google Play or the iTunes App Store.
He didn't just stand up there and give little discourses, and neither do I. Well, it's about you still have to confess that, man. Confess that, man. Confess that, man. You still have to confess that, man. Confess that, man. COVID-19 is a curse. I'm so sick. I'm so sick. I bet I got COVID. Oh, God, I'm so sick. Well, it's about time. COVID-19 is glory to God. I don't have it. I never will have it. And I don't mind telling you, I'll never be sick again. You still have to confess that, man. Confess that, man. Confess that, man. You still have to confess that, man. Confess that, man. The devil hates it when believers get money. Most especially preachers. I did it. Don't ever do it. Don't ever do it. In the middle of all this, I will continue to receive a bunch of money. Just wait till Inside Edition finds out I have a Gulf Stream fund. I did it. Yes, I did. You still have to confess that, man. Confess that, man. Confess that, man. You still have to confess that, man. Confess that, man.
frequency.
Your protection from deception. This is Truth Frequency Radio.
Conditional range. Conditional range. Situation Delta in effect. Please enter your agent number now, followed by the hash key.
We have to create culture. Don't watch TV. Don't read magazines. Don't even listen to NPR.
Time comes when silence is betrayal.
More for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them.
Think for yourself. Question authority.
This code has been compromised.
All right, we're back, and Rambo's in the middle of another incredible presentation, and he's got the floor again.
Oh yeah, so it's very significant that you brought up September 11th. What happened was there's these ridiculous charges they brought up on William Morgan. That was in the city of Batavia, New York, that's actually north of Buffalo, and like northeast of Buffalo, and that's where they arrested him. But he later was released and then disappeared later from Youngstown. But that September 11th is very significant because you brought it up in your decodes. You brought up how he was released from, Demar Hamlin was released from the hospital on the 9th. Then he was released from the second hospital on the 11th. They put the 9/11 in there. Also, you brought up from the time that they announced that he changed his number until the time of the incident, that was September 5th to January 22nd, it was 119 days. Mm-hmm. So yeah, you brought that up, so 9/11 is part of that, and 9/11 actually has many elements of this because the twin pillars are the signature feature of Solomon's Temple. Remember, Hiram Abiff was the architect of Solomon's Temple. That was in the 9/11 ritual. That's what the twin towers were, and we know that's why, because like I said, the twin pillars and the middle pillar in Freemasonry represent the solstices and the equinoxes. It represents the Tropic of Cancer, the Tropic of Capricorn, and the equator. And so the Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn are both 23.5 degrees north, 23.5 degrees south latitude. So they're separated by 47 degrees. So what was the middle building in between the twin towers of the World Trade Center? It was Building 7, known as the Salomon Brothers, because the company that occupied the most space in Building 7 that came down on 9/11 was Salomon Brothers. Salomon is Latin for Solomon, and it was 47 stories high. The tropics are separated by 47 degrees. I mean, that's too much to be a coincidence. That obviously is Solomon's Temple based on, which makes you wonder who did 9/11, because Freemasons, they really revere Solomon's Temple. They wouldn't destroy Solomon's Temple. So whoever did 9/11 was probably somebody considering themselves Freemason, but Freemasons wouldn't destroy Solomon's Temple. But just to give an illustration, this Hiram Abiff, it's the narrative of it. It's part of 9/11, which is why you see September 11th as part of this. So I really believe that William Morgan, he's the one who revealed this to the public. Back then, that's the only way you'd know about it. Sure. And I think ritually, because he disappeared in the Buffalo, not that far from Buffalo, New York, that's why they used Buffalo in this.
Rambo, I just got to chime in. I got to chime in with the point you just made. Again, Adam Weishaupt, the Jesuit who created the Illuminati, part of his plan was to infiltrate Freemasonry. So is Freemasonry even Freemasonry anymore? You know what I mean? Or is it... Or is it something else but still using the name?
Yeah, exactly. That is the point. Because when you realize that what they represented, the twin pillars and that's too much. Right? Even if you look at the date on which they were topped off, the South Tower was topped off in Cancer, on a date in Cancer. The North Tower was, I remember, it was December 23rd. It was topped off in Capricorn. But what they did is they switched it. Because the South Tower should be the Tropic of Capricorn, but they topped it off in Cancer. The North Tower is supposed to be the Tropic of Cancer. They topped that off in Capricorn. I mean, that's just way too much to be a coincidence. That was Solomon's temple. And there was a Freemason image, but they destroyed it. So yeah, like you said, you have to wonder, clearly Freemasonry has been so infiltrated, but they have to be honest. There are people who are now Freemasons, who run the whole thing, who are actually anti whatever the original spirit was.
Sure.
So there's yeah.
And just to make another point about 9/11 and the third building to fall being the Solomon Brothers building, Building 7. Again, there were two towers that became 0 that became 1. 201, Order of Illuminati 201, the Jesuit Order 201, Adam Weishaupt dead in history 201 days after the anniversary of its establishment. Freemasonry's roots in Egypt, where the builders were who built the pyramids. There's 201 remaining layers of stone on the Great Pyramid of Giza, which amazingly enough, Great Pyramid of Giza also equals 201. And again, just to remind about something else in history with bringing this all together, the Oklahoma City bombing on April 19th, again, and Oklahoma City goes back to Buffalo too, because that's where Timothy McVeigh is from, Mr. 201 himself, Timothy McVeigh. But the Oklahoma City bombing happened on the anniversary of Ignatius of Loyola becoming the first superior general of the Jesuits. Ignatius of Loyola equals 201, just like Timothy McVeigh does. And what's amazing is if you go to the site where the bombing happened, what's directly behind the memorial is a Masonic temple. And if you look into the history of the building, it was sold for $201,000. So, again, Jesuits, Masons, Illuminati, go on and on and on. But all of these things are connected. And of course, Timothy McVeigh was put to death exactly 3 months before 9/11. I'll remind people that in 2014, just before my house got sabotaged and my business got destroyed, I had a cop that was just parked outside my house for months. It was like his shift was just to sit there parked outside my house. And one day I left and he followed me and then he pulled me over about a half mile down the street and he asked me if I knew what I was getting pulled over for. And this is back in 2014. I'd been doing the work for about a year when this happened. And I said, no, I don't know what you're pulling me over for. And he goes, oh, it's because you were on your cell phone. And I laughed and I said, no, I wasn't. And I wasn't on my cell phone. So it was complete BS. And he's walking around the car and he's like, oh, nice truck you got here. Nice truck. And I was like, I said, I'm not getting pulled over right now because like the work I put out online about police and masonry and 33 is like, oh, is that what you think it's all about? 33. He goes, well, I'm here to tell you that it's actually all about 3. I said, oh, okay. And then he wrote me a warning ticket. It was more than a warning, but there's 2 types of tickets they can write in Washington State for a cell phone violation, and one's a lot more expensive than the other. And he wrote me the lesser one, but it was still BS. But yeah, again, police, Freemasonry, this little town I just moved to, Prosser, Washington, the Masonic Lodge shares the same building with the police department. Remember in Gematria, Masonry equals 33, like police, like order, like secrecy, like federal. And, of course, the kneeling ritual with Demar Hamlin, which we're on, the only player who didn't kneel had the last name Neal, and he wore number 33. Of course, we're talking about 9/11, where the buildings came down 33 years after construction began. But, yeah, anyway, I just wanted to throw in those thoughts since we're talking about Demar Hamlin, 3, Masonry, what's really going on. And you can have the floor again, Rambo. I'm done rambling.
No, that's fine. You also tied in you have to look at it from all these angles. You look at the symbolism, and they don't make sense. It's Masonic, but then it's also anti-Masonic. You have to consider, well, Freemasons were infiltrated. And so the connection with Jesuits who infiltrated them through Scottish Rite, and the connection to ancient Egypt, it's all relevant. Also, when another symbol they use of police, when handcuffs are opened, they actually look like a number 3. So right. Sometimes they'll symbolically use an open handcuff to symbolize the 3.
It looks like 33 when you have 2 of them next to each other.
Yeah, it can be a 3 by 1, and then the 2 of them, it will be like a 33,
Mm-hmm.
So the Bengals' home stadium was a symbolic Solomon's Temple because that's where Hiram Abiff, that's who Demar Hamlin was. He was Hiram Abiff. He dies there, and then he gets in the ambulance. They took Hiram Abiff out of the east gate of Solomon's Temple, so that was symbolic of Hiram Abiff being taken out of the east gate of Solomon's Temple. The stadium was Solomon's Temple. But why did they use Cincinnati? Because one of the monikers, there are multiple cities who have this moniker, but one of them is Cincinnati, the other is Jerusalem, and that moniker is the city of 7 hills, which tells you that Cincinnati was a symbolic Jerusalem in this ritual. And so in the martyrdom Hiram Abiff ritual, what they do is the Mason who is being initiated into the Master Mason 3rd degree lies on the ground, on his back, he's blindfolded, and he's flanked on both sides by brethren, the Master Masons, and kneeling on one knee. So it's 2 rows facing each other, flanking the one on the ground who symbolizes the dead body of Hiram Abiff. And they're on one knee and they're flanking. And when you look at images of Hamlin and the medical staff around him, I thought I included a picture of this, but when you see that, that is it's the exact image. It's the exact image. They're all on one knee on either side of him. You can't see him. They're all huddled over him. That is the precise image. And one of the reasons we first saw this image from William Morgan's book, where because he illustrated. That's why his book is called Illustrations of Masonry. This popular image, you don't really see it too many places else. Comes from William Morgan. That's why it's illustrations, and that's the image. And yes, he disappeared in the Buffalo area, close to Buffalo. So this is also related to George Floyd. The George Floyd narrative was based on this, the Hiram Abiff, because George Floyd, he was killed by being knelt on, and the protests included kneeling. And George Floyd was killed, and this is a sunset ritual, the sun setting on the year at the time of Libra, at the time of the autumnal equinox. George Floyd was killed in Minneapolis, Minnesota on May 25th, 2020. And the official time was 8 minutes, 46 seconds. That's what they first said. It took 8 minutes, 46 seconds for him to die. Well, the sun set in Minneapolis, Minnesota at 8:46 p.m. on May 25th. That's how they came with the 8:46. It's a sunset ritual. Osiris dying at the sun sets on the year. And in the Latin cipher, I guess also be known Jewish or Agrippa cipher, sunset comes to 5:25, like May 25th. It was a sunset ritual, Gematria, 5:25. Another thing too is the current, and he was just hired before this season, the current Minnesota Vikings head coach, Kevin O'Connell, was born on May 25th. He was picked for the Vikings head coach specifically because of his birthday. And again, maybe in this community, that wouldn't be a surprise. To the outside world, it sounds ridiculous. Like, you're going to pick a head coach just on his birthday? They shouldn't go by his qualifications. It's because of his birthday. By some random super chance, no, I doubt that. Kevin O'Connell's birthday is May 25th. And further than that, one of Minnesota's 2 U.S. senators, Amy Klobuchar, her birthday is May 25th. What are the odds of all that? But yeah, sunset is May 25th.
And Trump made fun of her. Trump made fun of her for choking before the George Floyd ritual on May 25th.
Yeah, and the thing, Trump did that in 2020. He actually did that on Ivana Trump's birthday in 2020, where he did a speech where he was talking about because he wasn't involved in a primary because he's the incumbent. So Democrats were involved in a primary, and of course he got up on stage making fun of the Democrat primary. So he was like, "Oh, did you see Amy Klobuchar last night at the Democrat debate? She choked. Klobuchar choked." And everyone's laughing because, Donald Trump, he's so off the cuff.
Well, he was playing it up too. He didn't just say it. He was like acting it out with his hands around his neck. So. Yeah,
he was sticking his tongue out. He was pulling his tie. She choked, and this is the key. So this was on Ivana Trump's birthday, which is February 20th of 2020. George Floyd his murder happened on May 25th. So that's 3 months before. Donald Trump was saying, Amy Klobuchar choked. He's pulling his tie, and he's saying, I can't breathe. I can't breathe, she said. I can't breathe. This is 3 months before George Floyd. Donald Trump was doing that. Donald Trump is no stranger. This is not his first rodeo when he comes to predicting the future. So, and that wasn't like a random off-the-cuff thing by this, Donald Trump who says crazy things. It's all by the ritual. I can't breathe to a Minnesota senator whose birthday is May 25th, and then 3 months later we saw what happened with I can't breathe. I mean, come on, that's, the scripting is, again, it's all facets, and like we showed, it's politics, it's sports, and yeah, so 14 is a number of Osiris, because in legend, when Set kills Osiris, Set cuts Osiris' body into 14 pieces. 14 is generally accepted, but actually historians don't always agree on the interpretation of the text. Some historians said it's 42 pieces, and I think that is actually one of the reasons that 42 is also coded into the narrative of black people. I think a lot of that also has to, that actually is an alternative interpretation of the Osiris myth from historians, that he could have been cut into 42 pieces as well, but the generally accepted one is 14. So 14 is an Osiris number.
And just to remind, the New Testament begins with the 42 generations to Jesus, but those 42 generations are divided into 3 groups of 14. So.
Oh yeah, that's a good correlation between 14 and 42. Yeah, so yeah, there's a relation there. And the 3, you have all the numbers. You have the 3, right. The 14, and the 42.
Right. Yeah. And again, just to remind people, when you write out New Testament, it equals 42. And when you write out math, it equals 42. Matthew begins the New Testament with the 42 generations to Jesus. And again, just 3 sections of 14. I mean, when you think 3 and 14 in math, what comes to your mind?
3 and 14?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Pi?
3 plus 14, 7.
Pi? 3.
Oh, pi. Okay, yeah, pi, yeah.
Yeah, so the builders, the mathematicians, put it all there in front of you.
Yeah, that's a good one, yeah. So yeah, 14 is the number of Osiris, because Osiris was cut into 14 pieces. This is the most popular interpretation, and again, Hiram Abiff is based on Osiris. This is Osiris dead at the autumnal equinox. Well, when Demar Hamlin went down, who was there? Umpire with the uniform number 14 was standing there. And he's African-American. That is part of this. Like I said, how the World Cup, the one that was held in Africa, the only one held in Africa, had the Jabulani Freemason. I did more of it in my video. There's also the falcon of Horus, because Osiris resurrected as a falcon-headed horse. They coded the falcon symbol into the logo for the World Cup in South Africa as well. So they brought out all these images for the only World Cup held in Africa. So this is part of it. How they use, there's some, I'm sure there are a ton of these that are done with people who are of all races, but there's a heavy focus disproportionately on black people. So there's the umpire, black, who just happens to be black. That's part of the ritual of African descent, wearing number 14. That's the Osiris numbers. And he's standing right center there by Hamlin's, I want to say his body, he was alive, but still, he's playing the body of Hiram Abiff. And no coincidence, number 14 umpire standing right there. That's the Osiris number. And the 14th prime number is 43. So George Floyd comes to 43. And again, this is an Osiris reference. So 43 is the date, April 3rd, which is given as the date for the crucifixion of Christ. And Christ would have resurrected 3 days later. This was in the time of Aries. The April 3rd, the crucifixion, that's the time of Aries. What's Aries again? It's the return of the sun. It's the resurrected sun. So the sun, S-O-N, Jesus, resurrects at the time of Aries. So that's when the church is Aries. Like, well, how it all fits so perfectly. What a time for Jesus to resurrect. Yes, at the time of Aries. And again, Demar Hamlin is an Aries. And again, so April 3rd, that's a 43. The 14th prime, Osiris, who dies and is resurrected. Jabulan, with J-H, the name of one of the Freemasons' name for God, comes to 43. So what does that tell you? If Jabulan is a word for God for Freemasons, and it has a value of 43, and 43 the 14th prime, and Osiris was cut into 14 pieces, what God are they referring to when they say Jabulan? They could be referring to Osiris. Osiris is the God they might be referring to.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ also equals 43.
Oh yeah, 43 is all over Jesus. But yeah, so again, it's if you look at Osiris and Jesus, it's the same root. It's the Son dying and being resurrected. Like I said, even if you look at the images of Mary with baby Jesus on her lap, that is taken from Egypt with Isis with Horus on her lap. So the initial time given for George Floyd's death was 8 minutes 46 seconds, which is 8:46, and they added 43 seconds. It was an Osiris ritual. The reason they added 43 seconds is because 43 is the 14th prime number. Osiris was cut into 14 pieces. George Floyd was an Osiris ritual. That's why they added 43 seconds, and then it gives you a really significant number when you add 43 seconds to the initial 8:46. And again, we're talking about the 9/11 connection. Remember the 9/11 started at 8:46 a.m. on September 11th. That was when the first plane hit, 8:46. Again, 9/11 tying into this. And again, what was the target? Solomon's Temple. World Trade Center was Solomon's Temple. Again, the same themes in all these events. So adding 43 seconds to the initial 8 minutes 46 to George Floyd's death gives you 9 minutes 29 seconds. So now officially it's 9:29. That's the official number. And we know how they play games with these numbers. There's no precise number. Why did they add? Well, we know why they added 43 because the 14th prime. That's Osiris. And it's very convenient they landed on 9/29 because the date 9/29 is September 29th, which is the foundation date of Prince Hall Freemasonry. Freemasonry is segregated racially, and black Freemasons are part of Prince Hall Freemasonry. That's specifically for black people. I mean, that's what it does in this day and age. It's segregated in 2023. And then Prince Hall on 9/29. And that's why they gave you the 9/29 for George Floyd's killing. And doesn't stop there because exactly 1 mile from the location of George Floyd's death is a Freemason, a Prince Hall, specifically a Prince Hall Grand Lodge, 1 mile away from where George Floyd died. So what a coincidence in that now they're saying 9/29 is the amount of time it took for him to die, when Prince Hall Freemasonry was founded on 9/29. Yeah, so if you look at the English extended cipher, Horus is 558. Well, that's the point at which the game stopped and was discontinued. There was 558 left on the clock in the first quarter. That's where in 558. In English extended, Horus is 558. And who's Horus? Well, that's Demar Hamlin, because he'll be resurrected. I suspect that he'll show up at the Super Bowl at the opening ceremony as, he's now like a national, feel-good story and inspiration. And those are the kind of people they'll bring to Super Bowls typically to do the coin toss.
Remember, his eyes opened. His eyes opened 3 days after the incident.
Oh, that's a good one too. That's directly a Jesus reference. For his eyes to open 3 days, I think it's obvious. But you have to consider what his zodiac sign is. He's an Aries. Aries is the time of the return, the rebirth of the sun. There's no question that they picked an Aries for this. And I'll show that again where they did this. Remember that George Floyd died in the Twin Cities. He died at the time of Gemini. The symbol for Gemini is twins. Well, remember they said that George Floyd's quote-unquote twin is Steven Jackson, the former NBA player. Well, Steven Jackson is an Aries. So the reason they picked, and they do look like each other. You can't really plan that. They look like each other. They're very similar in physical appearance. I don't know how they coordinate this. He really looks like George Floyd. But he happens to be an Aries. Now, again, Aries is the return of the sun. Horus, George Floyd, who's a Libra, he's the death of the sun. That's Osiris, who died being killed by Set. And they look like each other. He died in the Twin Cities. And I even showed some Freemason iconography where they have twin pillars. The pillar on the right has a gavel. The gavel is a symbol of Libra, because the symbol for Libra is the scales of justice. So I use a lot of justice symbols for Libra. So that gavel. Another thing that ties into Hiram Abiff, because Hiram Abiff is attacked with 3 different weapons. The weapon that kills Hiram Abiff is actually a hammer or a mallet, very similar to a gavel. The reason they do that because that's symbolic of Libra when the sun goes down. So in all these images you'll see of Hiram Abiff, it's a gavel. Even in one of the images I show below, one of the Master Masons, he's holding a little hammer, a little mallet. That's Libra. And you see it in the Freemason iconography. And what's opposite Libra? They show an hourglass with equal amount of sand in the top and bottom. That means the equinox. And that's what Stephen Jackson is. He is an Aries, just as Demar Hamlin is an Aries. And I don't know how they planned it. He does look like him. I mean, that's you can't fake that. They look like each other. And they're perfect. They're both the equinoxes. And if you look at Freemason iconography, they fit perfectly. I don't know how they coordinate that, but they do. And so Osiris's coffin is the golden sarcophagus. So you have a golden sarcophagus, which is emblematic of the coffin of the body of Osiris that was in, and that's why George Floyd had a golden coffin. That's the sarcophagus, the golden sarcophagus of Osiris. And there's the image of Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry doing the kneeling, the third-degree Master Mason kneeling at the coffin of George Floyd, which is golden for that reason. And there's the image first released by William Morgan, who disappeared from Buffalo, of the kneeling Mason at the initiation ceremony for a Master Mason, which I know what happened here. Most likely, Demar Hamlin was a...
Oh, hold on. Quick commercial break. We'll be right back, everybody.
All winter long, ants say. This won't last long. We'll soon be out here. What a neat philosophy. What a neat attitude. This won't last long. We'll soon be out of here. First warm day, they're out. Now, if it turns cold again, they'll dive back down. But first warm day, they're out. They can't wait to get out. What a neat philosophy. Can't wait to get at it. We teach in leadership skills. Average people look forward to getting off. Successful people look forward to getting on with it. The guy doesn't want off, he wants on. And that's what starts to transform his life, into the doing, into the activity. Now here's the last of the ant philosophy. How much will an ant gather during the summer to prepare for the winter? Answer, all he possibly can. What an incredible philosophy, the all you possibly can philosophy. You gotta come up with a philosophy of how much should you do. Shoaff gave me the best answer when I was 25 years old. Here's what he said. Do all you can.
From the dawn of man, we have turned to nature to help attain balance within ourselves. But somewhere, we lost our way. Western culture is once again remembering the healing benefits of CBD, the non-psychoactive component of the hemp plant. That's why more and more people who use CBD report relief from inflammation and chronic pain, balanced blood sugar and cardiovascular system, relief from muscle tensions, tremors, migraines, headaches, anxiety, depression, and the list goes on. The big question is, where do you get it? IO-Life is a 99% pure CBD oil made with all organic ingredients, and it's available to TFR listeners worldwide. If you use coupon code TFR at checkout, you'll get $5 towards your order. Head on over to iolife.com now. That's AYA life.com.
If there's something you want to achieve, you can achieve any freaking thing you want as long as you know what the goal is. That's why goal posters or goal boards or even just telling someone what your goals are, writing them down is so important, because once you can identify your goal, it makes it so much easier to work towards it. And that's something that I think our children are not being taught in the school system right now, is how to set a proper goal. It's like, hey, what do you want to achieve? Well, the teacher gave me these things I want to achieve. Okay, well, what's that going to do for you? Well, I don't know. The teacher said I had to do it. Okay, that's great, but it doesn't teach them the logical thought process or the creative thinking process to develop a goal and then reverse engineer what they need to do to accomplish that goal. And we need more of that true goal setting in our society. Otherwise, we just have a bunch of sheep who have no idea what they're doing. They're just bumbling around. Don't be a sheep, be a goat. They're more creative and adventurous anyways. Be an ornery goat.
No hate, no hype, no fear. We are TFR, your protection from deception.
All right, True Seeker, we're back with Rambo, and the brilliant presentation is still ongoing. You got the floor, Rambo.
All right, I'll try to wrap it up real quick. I don't want to take the whole show.
I don't mind if you do.
Right. Oh, okay. So the only player who was not kneeling, famously, was number 33. And that was Siren Neal. Yeah, there's another thing too. Buffalo are one of the few teams that actually have a female on their staff. I think she's a special. She has a title with the special teams, and I think it's rare you're going to have in football a female involved. And she's in the frame where 33, Siren Neal is standing. She represents ISIS. They had to get a female in there. That she's ISIS. So you see somebody with long blonde hair in that picture, that's is her name Catherine Smith? I'm not sure. Her name is Catherine something, but she's one of the few female, members of staff on the NFL team. She's ISIS because ISIS is the one who reassembles the 13 pieces. There are 14. She reassembles 13. Now, I'll get to that later. But she's a female in that image with the blonde hair. That's ISIS for the ritual. So the one player standing was number 3, Siren Neal. He was a corner back. So he's part of the secondary. He's one of his teammates in the secondary. And the 33 it's the 33rd degree of Freemasonry. That's besides the number 3. That's the number associated with Freemasonry. I don't know. Masonry is 33. Secrecy. This is a bunch of stuff that I don't dwell too much on the 33, but the important thing about Siren Neal, I remember this is a sun-related ritual. This is all about the sun, the death of the sun, the resurrection of the sun. Siren Neal is a Leo. The zodiac sign of Leo is ruled by the sun. The sun rules Leo. Now, what that means in astrology, the planet, they call it a ruling planet, even though the sun is not a planet, the moon. They're called planets, but they're not. They don't mean it literally. But the ruler of the zodiac sign of Leo is the sun. So every planet, quote unquote, that rules a zodiac sign means that when that planet, like the sun or the moon, is in a specific constellation or a specific sign. When you say it's in the sign, but literally you can't be in the sign. The stars are just super distant. But from Earth's perspective, it'll look as if the planet is, so you'll look at the sun, and in the backdrop will be the constellation of Leo. That's what it means when you say a planet is in a sign. And when is the sun in Leo? It's when the year is hottest. That's why, so you say that a planet is at its strongest. It has its strongest resonance, its strongest vibration when in the sign that it rules. So the sun is at its strongest, has the strongest vibration when in Leo, which is, the fourth week of July, in the tropical zodiac, in the fourth week of July, in the first 3 weeks of August. So the sun rules Leo. So Siren Neal is the sun. Now, in astrology, when a planet rules a sign, you say it's at home. So you say the sun is at home in Leo. But outside of Leo, outside of its ruling sign, every planet has a quote-unquote what I call home away from home. You could say that's the place where it's at its second strongest. It's home away from home. So when the sun is outside of its home Leo, its home away from home, which is called its exaltation, is in Aries. So the sun rules Leo, but it's exalted in Aries. I mean, so it's at its strongest in Leo and its second strongest in Aries. So there you see the relation between Leo and Aries. The sun is exalted in Aries. The one player standing up, number 33, Siren Neal, is a Leo. He represents the sun. Demar Hamlin is Aries. The sun is exalted in Aries. And this relates to the other part of the Hiram Abiff ritual for the third degree initiate. So the first part is the martyrdom of Hiram Abiff, where he dies. The second part of the ritual is where Hiram Abiff is resurrected, as it's Horus being resurrected as that's Osiris being resurrected as Horus. And what they do with this ritual in Freemasonry is they attempt to lift up Hiram Abiff, and that's the initiate lying on his back, blindfolded. So what they'll do is they'll attempt to lift him up off the floor with one grip, and it doesn't work. So in legend, when they did find the corpse of Hiram Abiff, tried to revive it, they tried to pull him up by the hand, and the flesh kind of dissolved, and they couldn't lift him up. Then they tried a second, everything in threes. They tried a second grip, and it didn't work. Then they tried the third grip. The third grip is called the grip of the lion's paw. And what's the lion? The lion is Leo. And who's a Leo? The Siren Neal. The grip of the lion's paw is what is able to resurrect Hiram Abiff. When you give the grip of the lion's paw and you pull the initiate up, then he can stand up. So the legend is that it was only the grip of the lion's paw that actually revived Hiram Abiff and resurrected him and brought him back to life. And again, that's a reference to the sun being exalted in Aries, which is what, again, Hiram Abiff, what is the symbol for Aries? It's the ram. It's the high ram above. So who's the high ram? Aries. It's Demar Hamlin. So I showed an illustration of what the grip of the lion's paw looks like, the way they'll grab each other. That's called the grip of the lion's paw. That's a revived Hiram Abiff in ritual. And the grip of the lion's paw in Gematria sums to 246. Now that's significant as a date. 24th June. That is when Freemasonry was established in 1717, modern day York Rite.
That's also how old the U.S. is right now, 246 years old. And it reminds that Aaron Rodgers unveiled his tattoo of lions on July 6th, this offseason, his first tattoo, the 187th day of the year. And then the last game of the regular season was Aaron Rodgers versus the Lions, and he came into that game with an 18-7 record, a span of 187 days from the news breaking. And 187 is a number that has all kinds of relevance. It also pertains to time. But the moon was in Leo, the lion, as Aaron Rodgers lost to the Lions. And it was him versus Jared Goff, who were both in the Bay Area. And it's interesting that the team that got in because of that ritual was the Seahawks, who will face the 49ers, whose first ever NFL playoff game was against the Lions back in '57. So I'm still trying to figure out where they're going with this. To have Aaron Rodgers get a tattoo of lions on his body, that's an astrological tattoo, synced up with the last game of the season, where neither of those participating teams make the playoffs. I know you did a big decode on his tattoo, but that might be something you want to go back and give a second thought as well when you get a chance with the latest information. So it just has me thinking about this with the lion's paw and the country being 246 years old.
It has to do, it does look like the themes, and you brought up the pi number. Cycles is a big theme, where you complete one cycle, and also with the United States Pluto return. The United States is 246 years old, but at 246 years old, the United States turned 246 years old at the time of its Pluto return. Now, no human can ever experience a Pluto return. Has the longest, biggest orbit, and that's symbolic of the completion of a cycle. So there's a lot of the cycles. I was saying how the Aaron Judge New York Yankees contract was $360 million. That's 360 degrees. So they're doing a lot of cycle completion type rituals. And so, the 246 happens at the time of the Pluto return. And yeah, so that's part of the 246 is also Argentina just won the World Cup, and that's Lionel Messi's birthday.
Yeah, right.
24th. That's also the day that the Supreme Court repealed Roe versus Wade. Was the 24th June.
Right.
So, there's a lot to that, but so it's also the nativity of St. John the Baptist. And that's a patron saint of Freemasonry, St. John. That's why they chose that date to establish Freemasonry, because St. John the Baptist is their patron saint.
Right.
Yeah. So there's a lot to unpack. There's a lot.
Sure. So, I think other points you should make about Siren Neal's birthday being August 4th, 8-4, the word masonry is 84. The date can also be written 4/8, Freemasons 48. The game ended at the 48-yard line. They said the man who saved him doing the CPR, his name was Denny Kensington. And Denny Hamlin, who's won the Daytona 500 3 times. The Daytona 500 will be 48 days after the Demar Hamlin ritual. And Denny Kensington in Gematria equals 73, like Hiram Abiff equals 73. Even the name Denny alone is 73. So is Floyd, since we brought up George Floyd, who's born in 1973. And the name Osiris is also 73, and so is the word Mason. So, again, I mean, really, for all the people out there, you study these ciphers that we talk about, just the alphabetic order forwards and backwards. You look at the ritual, and you see how intact the system is and how it is just used day after day. Again, the thing that blows my mind at this point after doing this for this long and exposing as much as we have is that there's not like 1 million people tuned into this. And instead, they're still going to the games and paying for the overpriced tickets and being, having their energy harvested by these occultists. And Rambo, I think we should go back to that point, besides just all the decoding. I mean, what is your take on why they do these rituals? What's your interpretation of the reason for them doing what they do?
When a magician does a ritual, they have an intention. So you have to guess what the will of the magician. That's what we're speculating on. And one of them is control, is maintaining control of the world and steering the world in the desired direction of the magician. But the thing about these is they didn't invent these themselves. These are all based on principles that started from the beginning of civilization. I mean, we see how it ties in with the Christian narrative. It ties into ancient Egypt. You keep going further back. They don't just make this stuff up. They're using esoteric principles that have been in existence from the very first civilization. So this to me, it looks like they know how to, whatever these allegories are, it's almost like they're a code to a program that seems to, I guess, run the world. And if you know the program, you can manipulate events to your benefit or to your will. That was what magic is. Magic is having your will manifested. Whatever. If you're evil, then it's a dark will. If you want to control people, or you want power, or I don't know, maybe you're just insane and you just want to destroy. That could be their will too. The will could be positive. Some people have a positive will. Maybe some people might be in some cases well-meaning, but maybe their will is not the best for everybody. But maybe they think it's well-meaning. But I would say the main thing is they want to steer the world in a direction of that where they want. And I think the main thing is, especially for the Illuminati, Jesuit, it's what they want to do is remove human sovereignty. They're threatened by a sovereign, free will entities, human beings. That's what they don't want. That's what they're threatened by. In fact, even that actually goes back to ancient threads as well. There's always been this force that's in power that's been fighting against human sovereignty. Even with the Garden of Eden story. I mean, that comes from. It didn't start, with the Bible. That was taken from an original text. But the heart of that is, you had these humans who wanted sovereignty. They wanted to be more just advanced. They weren't threatening anyone. They just wanted to be better. They were told, don't eat from that because, well, that actually did advance, because they even said, what did the Bible quote when after they ate from the tree of knowledge is, now man has become like us. Oh, so they did advance. They actually reached the level of the gods. But you can't let them eat from the tree of life, lest they live forever. So this is the whole story of humanity trying to advance, and there's this higher power that is threatened by a sovereign, free will, advanced human race. And I think that's what a lot of this is suppressing that free will and autonomy of humans. I think they want the ultimate is, well, that's where technology is headed, is where you get brain-machine interface, where they already have it. Thoughts can be measured by a machine. Thoughts have vibrations, and those vibrations can be translated into interpreting your thoughts. And what they want to do is, the ultimate is, once they have computers inside people, to then send the vibrations into your brain that will control what you think. And that is the ultimate, because there's no coming back from that. You've ultimately lost your sovereignty. So yeah, it's kind of a long-winded answer, but I think for the dark, and I don't think they're all necessarily dark. Maybe there are some positive ones. There's some conflict going on at those levels that aren't aware of. Because some of these rituals don't seem to have the same goal in mind. They kind of seem like they're conflicting rituals. But that's definitely part of it. It's been from the beginning a higher power that it's threatened. It's a form of extreme malignant narcissism where humans aren't really threatening them. Humans don't even know their power, don't even know their potential. That's one of the big things too, is don't let humans know their potential. Those in power do know humans' potential, and I think the potential that humans have, it's easy to say it, like to learn is a different thing. The whole secret is one of the things potential humans have is to manifest. The ability to actually manifest. I mean, the Bible says, what does quote unquote God say? Now man has become like us. Also, man can become a God. That lets you know humans have way more power than humans realize, and it's being held from them. And a lot of these rituals is to, like the whole football thing, is keeping you kind of engaged and bombard your senses. Like Super Bowl, just a bombardment of your senses. These bright colored uniforms and the music and the commercials, and it's to keep you from, I think in general, knowing your potential, which is threatening. Because humans aren't trying to destroy anyone. Like if humans are their best, it threatens some higher power, and that's been from the beginning. And I think that's what a lot of these rituals are.
Well, that's a great explanation. Yeah, very interesting.
Yeah, so I think also if we really understood these rituals, the same rituals can be used for positive. Because they don't make these up. They're following a program that's established by whoever that great architect is. You can't say this world is put together by random. Clearly, the world is put together by a consciousness. I mean, some high level of consciousness put the world together. That's why things just work. They can't, these astronomical, impossible odds of things just randomly fitting together, it's impossible. Some form of consciousness put this world together. And I think those in power who pass the knowledge on through the years have some kind of knowledge of the program to this world that whoever the great architect is built. And I think it was built according to a program, and they can't make up the program, but they can learn the program, use the program to manipulate events. But they don't want us to know. And when we see things like patterns like this, I think we're getting clues as to the program that they're adhering to. Because, again, they have to follow rules. They can't make stuff up. Like, they can't say, like, September 11th, you want to destroy it. They couldn't have just picked a random date. They had to pick. There's certain rules that said you have to pick September 11th. You have to pick New York City. It has to be at 8:46. Mercury has to be on the horizon in the morning. Those are rules they follow. They can't. If they do it at a different time, whatever their intention is won't work. Who knows? They would have been busted. There would have been a whole upheaval of the government had they done it at a different time. I mean, who knows what would happen? You could say they're just being superstitious. Yeah, but we never know. How they can't just decide to, like with like Hamlin. You can't have him like number 30. He used to be number 31. You can't have him do the ritual with the number 31. There's a rule that dictates to them you have to use 3, and we see how 3 goes through everything. It goes through Christianity. You talk about him opening his eyes after 3 days. Isn't that what Christians say, that Jesus opened his eyes after 3 days? These are all ancient. It's an ancient program. The allegories refer to a program that runs the universe. They know about it. They don't want us to know about it. That's what I would say.
Indeed, but they give us clues. Okay, I saw you had a little bit more on this, Rambo, about why he fell down at the 50-yard line. Again, the game did conclude at the 48, but he did fall on the 50.
Yeah, the tackle was at the 50. Yeah. So the actual tackle occurred at the 50-yard line. Also, grip of the lion's paw. I want to mention real quick about grip of the lion's paw. That's how you revive Hiram Abiff in the ritual. The grip of the lion's paw sums to 246, like 24th June, the date that Freemasonry was established, modern York Rite. If you leave out the and just do grip of the lion's paw, again, it's still 46, which is pretty amazing. So you see how significant that is to Freemasonry, York Rite. Grip of the lion's paw is also 84, which is Siren Neal's birthday, is August 4th. There's a lot more August 4th. That's Barack Obama's birthday. This is a whole other decode. He's related with Akhenaten, the Amenhotep IV. You look at him, he looks Egyptian. I mean, I know there are a ton of conspiracy theories, but those are all red herring conspiracy theories. I've lived in that part of Africa, Northeast Africa. I've lived in Ethiopia. And people from the Middle East, that part of the world, they know what people from the distinct, subtle features. If you've lived in that part of the world, they have a distinct features. Like, if you're not from there, maybe it's not familiar, but anyone from the Middle East or from Africa, especially, because I lived in Ethiopia, and they're a mixture of African and Middle Eastern, various mixtures. You can see in ancient Egypt how they have different skin tones, some kind of reddish, some a little darker, some a little lighter. That's how it is. Barack Obama and his family, his daughters, they look like Egyptians, and that's related to Barack Obama. In fact, there's an ancient Egyptian hieroglyph. It's an actual hieroglyph. If you don't know it's a hieroglyph, and you ask somebody, what is this a character of? It's a silhouette of a face with a hairline and big ears. It looks like a Barack Obama caricature, and it's an actual hieroglyph. I would have included. I didn't know the conversation will go in this direction, but there is you can call it, if you just Google the search Barack Obama hieroglyph, and you'll see it. It's a real hieroglyph that's always existed. It looks like Barack Obama. So he's 84 too. Also, Lori Lightfoot, who's the mayor of Chicago. Chicago's, George Floyd died in Chicago Avenue. Her birthday is 84. So 84, August 4th, is a very ritualistically significant birthday. And yeah, so for the 1717, I linked to your decode. You talked about 1717. I talked about 246, but 1717, you covered that. And 50-yard line is 73, like the score. Osiris is 73. Hiram Abiff is 73. They're all their 37s.
And again,
there's another name for
Floyd is 73. Mason is 73. The guy they said saved him, Denny Kensington, 73. They overloaded the 73s.
Yeah, another name for Horus. Horus is actually a Greek name. In ancient Egypt, they said Heru. And one of the versions of Horus, ancient Egyptian, is Heru-Ur. It's Heru, Heru-UR. That sums to 37. And that's who Demar Hamlin was. He's an Aries. And so I'll just end on this. The obelisk is the phallus of Osiris. Now, Osiris was cut into 14 pieces. In legend, Set, who cut him up, took Osiris's phallus and threw it into the river Nile. Some versions say a catfish ate it. Other versions say that a crocodile ate it. Either way, the phallus of Osiris was eaten in the river Nile, and therefore Isis could only assemble 13 pieces. So what she did was she fashioned out of gold an artificial phallus, and she was able to revive Osiris just long enough that she's able to conceive Horus. And then Horus was born. the falcon-headed god, the sun was revived, but it was revived through this, the phallus of Osiris, which is the obelisk. That's what the obelisk is. It's that 14th piece of Osiris. And where do we see and this is a real obelisk. This is not like the Washington Monument, and I show one in Argentina here. Those are artificial, obviously. Genuine obelisk taken from a temple in, I believe it's from Alexandria in Egypt, at St. Peter's Basilica. Now you'd say, well, I thought Catholicism considers the spiritual beliefs of ancient Egypt to be paganism. Well, we've demonstrated these are the same ancient beliefs, customs, traditions from the beginning of civilization that's continued to today. At St. Peter's Basilica, you have a genuine obelisk taken from a temple in Alexandria, and that is a 14th piece of Osiris, and they have a Christian cross on top of it. And you see it also at, Argentina just won the World Cup, and in Buenos Aires, the capital of Argentina, in the center of the city, there's this big obelisk, not a real one, obviously, like Washington Monument, manufactured obelisk, but masses of people, there's hundreds of thousands on the streets, all around this obelisk. And Buenos Aires, Argentina, Argentina is the home country of the current Pope. And there they were around the obelisk. You look at St. Peter's Basilica, there's the obelisk, and it's the 14th piece of Osiris.
Quick commercial break.
Hi, my name is Ella, and I'm 10 years old. I'm one of the millions of children born to parents suffering from the sheeple virus. Symptoms include the inability to think for oneself, the attention span of a goldfish, and a strong belief in government and the mainstream media. It is estimated that 1 out of every 2 children are being raised by parents infected with the sheeple virus. But there is a cure. For as little as 19 cents per day, you can become a TFR supporter and help children like me get their daily dose of truth. Together, we will make sure every child has protection from deception.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. This is a fraud. This is an embarrassment.
This is a major cheat. This is a major cheat.
This is a fraud. This is an embarrassment.
Here, the people rule.
We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. We have so many, we had such a big night. And then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by. You just take a look at all of these things that we've won tonight.
We, the people, will not be silenced. We, the people, will not be bullied. We, the people, will not surrender. We'll come together. We have to stop treating our opponents as enemies.
They can't catch us. They can't catch us.
And now, every vote must be counted.
They can't catch us. They can't catch us.
When the count is finished, we will be the winners.
This is a fraud. This is an embarrassment.
This is a major cheat. This is a major cheat.
This is a fraud. This is an embarrassment.
Here, the people rule. Every vote must be counted. I'm not here to declare that we've won.
We were getting ready to win this election.
Every vote must be counted. We will be the winners.
We were getting ready for a big celebration.
It'll be time for us to do what we've always done, put the campaign behind us, lower the temperature.
These aren't even close. It's not like, what happened? And then they said, they can't catch us. They can't catch us.
And now, every vote must be counted.
They can't catch us. They can't catch us.
When the count is finished, we will be the winners.
This is a fraud. This is an embarrassment.
No one's going to take our democracy away from us.
This is a fraud. This is an embarrassment.
Not now.
This is Truth Frequency Radio.
The wicked ones obviously under heavy Masonic influence.
This is not Conditional range. Conditional range. Situation Delta in effect. Please enter your agent number now, followed by the hash key.
We have to create culture. Don't watch TV. Don't read magazines. Don't even listen to NPR.
Time comes when silence is betrayal.
More for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them.
Think for yourself. Question authority.
This code has been compromised.
All right, we're back, Truth Seeker. We're still joined by Rambo, and once he finishes his thoughts, I want to ask him about something that seems to tie in. So, go ahead, Rambo.
Yeah, that's it. Just to recognize, I mean, this is a symbol. Everybody sees, you see the Washington Monument. There's another real obelisk taken from a temple in Egypt, which is in London. It's called Cleopatra's Needle. There's another one in New York, in New York's Central Park. This is also taken. So the Western countries have taken a lot of obelisks out of Egypt, and you have to wonder, like, wow, what's so special about these obelisks? And then they make these imitation obelisks. Well, they represent the 14th piece of Osiris, which is his phallus, which Isis fashioned and able to conceive Horus. And again, so that's the 14th. So again, look at that umpire, uniform number 14 standing there as Demar Hamlin's on the ground. So yeah, I'll just. Talking about the 50-yard line, the 50-yard line represents the equator, because the equator is the time of the equinox, Aries and Libra, which is the two important times of the year, the two important signs with the Hiram Abiff and the Osiris legend. Well, he dies at the autumnal equinox, Libra. He's resurrected at Aries, the vernal equinox. Well, equinoxes are when the equator of Earth is on the same plane as the center of the sun. So the equator is very central to this, and that's what the 50-yard line is. It's the equator, which is very central to this ritual.
Sure. The football field's also 120 yards long if you count the end zones, kind of like 12, like zodiac, months in the year, hours in the morning and the evening in relation to time. Okay, so here's what I wanted to ask you about, Rambo. Again, Demar Hamlin has a March 24th birthday, the 83rd day of the year. It's in Aries. In Gematria, Aries equals 83. Last year, I was pointing out how on March 24th, 2022 was the day that the NATO conference happened about what countries would join NATO as essentially as a response to the Russia-Ukraine conflict. But again, the 83rd day of the year in the time of Aries, and Aries is the god of war. Again, Aries equals 83. So does Los Angeles Rams. And the Rams had just won the Super Bowl. And recall that was the 102nd NFL season. And Art of War equals 102, as does World War. And the Rams had the gold and blue like Ukraine. And Ukraine in Gematria equals 34. Matt Stafford became the 34th quarterback to win a Super Bowl at age 34. And then the Warriors won the finals, while Curry was 34 years old, who scored 34 points in Game 1 and Game 6, the closeout game. Again, also representing the state of California, the same colors as Ukraine. Anyhow, the meeting for NATO, 83rd day of the year, Aries. It was a ritual tied up with world affairs, what was going on in Russia, Ukraine. For people who forget, that the whole Russia-Ukraine thing broke out exactly 102 weeks after COVID pandemic started. And the COVID pandemic was the worst pandemic, they said, in 102 years. The worst since Spanish flu, which happened 102 years before it and came out of World War I. So, and if you guys forgot, the Pfizer-GlaxoSmithKline merger was exactly 102 weeks before the vaccine was first approved in the UK. But anyway, I'm just thinking about how last year there's this major ritual in the world with the war, Russia-Ukraine, that changes the economy, energy prices, everything that's still going on. It's all part of this connected narrative. But it was that same date that they met, and it was about Aries and the Ram then, and now you're pointing out where it fits in with Demar Hamlin. And again, to remind people, Demar Hamlin collapsed, and then the Old Dominion player collapsed, who also wears the number 3, whose birthday is also March 24th. And again, Rambo was pointing out how football and Jabulon, the Masonic word, are the exact same in all 4 base ciphers. So is the word claps. They're all the exact same in all the base ciphers. Claps is 83 with the alphabetic order, 29 with numerology, 133 with the reverse alphabetic order, 43 with the reverse alphabetic order and numerology, and that's true for Jabulon and football. They're all identical. And do you see any greater connection here? Just like thinking like Russia, Ukraine, the war. Does it fit in with, I guess energy prices are causing financial turmoil all over. Like I started at the beginning of the show, you had a bill collapse in the first quarter. Could this be an indicator of a financial collapse in the first quarter? Bills, dollars? What do you see in this? Anything?
Yeah, that could be. As far as finances, usually finance will include Mercury because Mercury is the god of finance. Mercury rules over a lot of realms. Like Mars is war, Aries is Mars, ruled by Mars, war. So like the term merchant, this is the first of 4 letters of Mercury. Merchant, commerce, has merc to it. So I think Mercury would be involved if there is a ritual regarding finances. I mean, Aries typically, Aries has to do with the beginning of a new cycle. That's what I would say Aries represents more than anything. It's the sun returning. It's a birth. Aries is birth. And birth is 57, Super Bowl 57. I'm talking about the birth. That's how I figure Rihanna would be the Super Bowl halftime performer 3 months before they announced it because she's such a birth symbol. And so it goes back to the 247 that we talked about, 246, 24th June, because that's the date that Roe versus Wade was repealed, which, again, Roe versus Wade was a restriction on birth. It was a birth-themed thing. So that goes back to the 246. That's the date on which that happened. So Aries is related to rebirth more than it is with, again, maybe it could be the birth of a new financial system. I mean, but that's what Aries is. Aries symbolizes a new beginning, the beginning of a new cycle.
Okay, and again, the word end in the most simple cipher equals 23. 83 is the 23rd prime number. ESPN put up on the screen as the teams exited the field after Demar Hamlin's collapse. Teams exiting the field after 23 minutes. They had to put that up in big print. And I was like, okay, guys born on the 83rd day of the year, 23rd prime. It's the start of 23. What are they trying to tell us? And yeah, every end has a new beginning, so yeah.
And the Super Bowl is about birth. The 57 is a big birth number. Birth is 57. Childbirth is 57. Birth ritual is 57. Mother of Jesus is 57, because who's the most famous birther in history, whether you're Christian or not? The most famous birther is Mary. Mother of Jesus is 57. Mary is 57.
I realize the word birth is almost the exact same as Hamlin. It's the exact same in 3 out of the 4 ciphers. Birth and Hamlin are an overlap in 3 out of the 4, 57, 30, 33. And again, you just had this touchdown ritual with the return man in the first game back for the Bills 57 days after his birthday. The Buffalo Sabres hockey player had a hat trick the day after Hamlin was injured. 3 goals scored, the third with 3 minutes into overtime. It was the third hat trick of his career, and he got to 30 career goals. Hamlin equals 30, like how this past NFL week they highlighted the 3 on every field at the 30. And then Hamlin's also 33, going with Neil, number 33, and Masonry and secrecy and all that. So Hamlin and birth of a new system. Every end has a new beginning. Go ahead, Rambo. I'm trying to put all this together.
Okay, yeah. Well, those who are into the esoteric, which is what those who rule the world are into. That's what we're talking. We've demonstrated that here. Someone thinks all this is coincidence, and that's just cognitive dissonance. Yes, the esoteric and ancient systems of astrology and different various mysticism and magic, yes, are at play right now in the world. And I talk about the Pluto return. This is the theme I've been seeing more than anything else going on in the world. Is the cycle, the end of a cycle. I talk about Aaron Judge's contract, $360 million. So I saw that 360. I knew what it was about because I've been looking at the cycle symbolism. It's 360 degrees. I think the overarching symbol here is the birth of something, and so the big rebirth symbol in the world is the Great Reset. So a reset is like the beginning of a new cycle. We talk about how ancient. There's been talk about there might have been advanced civilizations in the past that were destroyed by a huge cataclysm in ancient times, and human life had to restart all over. It's a debate. There is scientific evidence to that. They have what's called a Younger Dryas period, where the entire world hit by a cataclysm. Every culture worldwide, every culture from the Americas, the entire Americas, Africa, all over Asia, literally just every ancient culture has a story of a huge cataclysm in the past, and Earth having to restart. That's one of the reasons you see the building themes are so central to like Christianity. What is his occupation? He was a carpenter. What's a carpenter? Is a builder. A mason is a builder. The pyramids were built by they're essentially masons who built pyramids. So that building theme is so central to Christianity, to other previous traditions. Because what do you need after humanity has been more or less wiped out, after a huge cataclysm, when life has to start again? You need builders. That's part of the reason that builders are so central. And this is what so the things like the Great Reset, it seems to be indicative of a start of something new. I mean, there hasn't been a cataclysm. I don't know if it might be a symbolic cataclysm of some kind. It might not be physically like the world really like floods and earthquakes and the ground opening up. But it looks like what they're pointing at is some kind of major. Again, that goes with the Pluto return. Like so much of it is this.
How about like World War? Like World War. Aries, the god of war. Yeah. I just had to type out the word beginning, and it equals 81. Again, Demar Hamlin collapsed 81 days before his birthday. Beginning is also 54, like Bills is 54, like Tage Thompson's 54, who had the hat trick the next day, winning the game 5-4. Of course, Sun is also 54. Beginning's also 45, like Ritual and Buffalo Bills. And Donald Trump, number 45, tried to buy the Bills and accidentally confused 9/11 with 7/11 while he was in Buffalo. There's a lot more to say about all that. The Bills did open the season against the Rams exactly 711 days after the last 2 times those teams had played each other. And you might recall the day of the Buffalo Top shooting, there was also a shooting at Grand Central Market in LA. And then shortly after that, there was a mass shooting, or several mass shootings in LA on 7/11. They called them the 7/11 shootings. And that was the same day that the nuclear PSA came out in New York City. And it reminded again of just like the connection with Buffalo and Trump confusing 9/11 with 7/11. New York, LA, the two major cities in the nation. You're talking about cataclysm. I mean, nuclear warfare would be it. You got Putin talking about how he wants to use tactical nukes.
Yeah, so since you bring up 7/11, that's related to the pyramids that I was talking about. The pyramids were built at a 7-to-11 ratio. I think it's the height is 11 and the base is 7. But they're built at a 7 to, at least the Great Pyramid. I don't know if all three of them are. At least the Great Pyramid of Giza, which now they're limiting people's access to. It's not as accessible as it used to be. Great Pyramid of Giza is built at a 7-to-11 ratio, which I was talking about. And they actually symbolize this. Remember I said what the 14th piece of Osiris is his phallus, which is the obelisk. That was central to the John Wayne Bobbitt, Lorena Bobbitt narrative, because that was a complete joke as well. That was just a complete ritual. I don't believe she ever cut off his penis, threw it away. That's the official story. Then threw it away. Then it's been severed now. She got in her car, drove, threw it in a grassy field at night, and then he reports to the police and the ambulance, and then they do a search party for his severed penis, and then they find it and it's reattached. I mean, come on, that's just silly. But the key to that ritual is where they said they found his severed genitalia. She threw it in a field opposite a 7-Eleven. And when I saw that, that's part of the ritual. The 7-Eleven, it's also considered the number of Isis. 11, 7, 7-Eleven. It comes up in a lot of sacred feminine type. So that's symbolic of, in Washington, D.C., and in the Vatican, you see the phallus of Osiris. Opposite the dome. A dome is a womb or a breast. That's the sacred feminine symbol. That's what the dome. That's why you want to see the phallus opposite the dome. You see that, and so that's what that represents. 7-11, the number of Isis, the number of the ratio that the pyramids were built at. You see that along the lines of this same ritual, this whole Osiris ritual and the phallus of Osiris. That was part of the John Wayne Bobbitt, and you saw the same thing. You had the Osiris, and you saw the 7-Eleven. So I know, since you mentioned 7-Eleven, yes, 7-Eleven has. Also, when you think of September 11th, sept means 7 in Latin.
Interesting.
So yeah. There's a lot of stuff to kind of comb through, try to kind of connect, like a huge puzzle.
Yeah, indeed. The attack on Bobbitt was June 23rd, 1993. I know I write about this in my first book, but that's the day leaving 191 days left in the year, which is the 43rd prime number, and 43 is the 14th prime number. So.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, back to 14 again. Yep, that's what that was about. Yeah, that was a great connection.
Yeah. Date with 33 numerology. So, okay. All right. I read in the Wikipedia, it says he went on to star in 2 porno movies. I never knew that. Amazing.
Oh yeah, that's because it was never severed. Yeah. You can do that come on, it was never severed.
Yeah.
You know where he lives now? You know where John Wayne Bobbitt lives now?
No.
Buffalo, New York.
Yeah, of course he does.
Funny how it's all connected. I didn't think I was going to go to the Bobbitt thing, but you look at all the elements. It's amazing how you'll go separate completely. You think you're off the topic, and you're right back. They're all connected by this web. He lives in Buffalo, New York, and he became a carpenter.
Yeah, so 93 was the year that the Cowboys beat the Bills, right? Yeah. And then I think they lost in 94 as well, the Bills. They lost 4 straight Super Bowls. This happened 4 years after they got married. They got married in 89 and then off with his obelisk 4 years later.
Yeah, actually, I think Bobbitt might have moved out west now. I think he might live in Arizona or something. But he did live in Buffalo and he was a carpenter in Buffalo. So he might have moved out west now. I don't know if he still lives in Buffalo, but he is connected to Buffalo. He did live in Buffalo and was a carpenter.
Funny. Okay. All right, Rambo. Brilliant work as always. Was there anything else you wanted to say tonight?
That's a lot of information to digest.
Yeah, indeed.
So there's always more. You could go on forever with this stuff. But,
Sure.
But it's enough to
and
mull over, to contemplate.
If there's 80 people out there, hopefully more, who aren't subscribed to Rambo, if you guys could do that, he'll eclipse 8,000. He needs 80 people for 8,000. So.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Of course. Appreciate you. Thanks again, Rambo.
Right there. Have a great rest of the show.
Yeah. Have a good night, friend. Take care. All right. Let's go out to 607. What's going on, 607?
Yo, Tom Brady equals digital. 35 and 46. Tom Brady equals digital. And the lady representing the U.S. government, you said that within the next 2 years we're going to go digital currency. And that reminds that Tom Brady is probably going to retire within the next 2 years. So I could see the digital currency coming as Tom Brady retires.
What was the word digital, or is it wait, hold on. Is the word digital, or is it just like electronic or cashless?
Digital.
Digital. Okay, digital.
Yeah, 35 and 46, just like Tom Brady.
Okay.
And the Super Bowl is in the land of the sun this year, and the sun burns stuff.
Well, it's in Phoenix, which is Phoenix is the Phoenix. It rises from the ashes. So collapse 83. If it's Bucks and Bills and Brady wins the Super Bowl and becomes 8-3, I think by the Ides of March we'll be getting our financial collapse news. So that's how I would see that ritual. If they had Tom Brady sneak into the Super Bowl somehow, Bucks and Bills, 8-3, collapse 83. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Tom Brady's on 286 career wins. 4 more wins. He has 290, like 29. Football and collapse all have the same overlap. The Super Bowl is going to be on the 43rd day of the year. The Bills went 13-3. And the Bucks and Bills, that's money references. Bucks and Bills in the land of the sun, and like the sun burns stuff. So the cash goes up in flames in the land of the sun.
Here, let's get up the Economist cover with the Phoenix. Let's get that up here for a little. 1988 Economist magazine. The burning money with the Phoenix. What, they get rid of the image? What's this about?
The year the Milwaukee Bucks won the NBA Finals, they beat the Suns, the Phoenix Suns, and the Bucks ended up winning the NBA Finals on the 201st day of the year, the same day that the Buccaneers went to the White House. And think about this: in light of Brady being 4 wins from 290, he would get to 8-3 in Super Bowls, and he would get his 290th win all time in the same game. So you get to 83-29 in the same game. But in light of that, in base 8 counting, 129 equals 201. The Buccaneers would be 12-9 for the season, and Brady would come off of 289 career wins, and 289 is 201 in base 12. So he's number 12. So Brady could essentially come off of 289 and onto 12-9 while getting 290 and the 8-3 coming together.
Right.
So
interesting.
In the land of the sun, where the sun burns stuff. So I could definitely see it's connected to Brady because Tom Brady and digital both equal the same thing. So, and just in regards to diamond and silk dyeing, Diamond's birthday was the day leaving 36 days in the year, November 25th.
Right.
And she died 666 days from the upcoming election. And 36 is kind of like 666.
Right.
So it's just...
And speaking, since you brought up Diamond and Silk, shout out to the Shark in the chat. He says in the movie Q, the Winged Serpent from '82, the opening scene is a shot of a large storefront window sign that reads, Diamonds, the Winged Serpent. Dragon Trump is associated with dragons. Yeah, it's very interesting. So, yeah, again,
no doubt.
For people who missed it, again, the woman known as Diamond of the duo Diamond and Silk died January 9th, 45 days after her birthday. Again, she's a big Trump supporter, number 45, and she became 45 November 2016, the month he became 45th president-elect. Holy Bible has that Gematria 45, like Mike Pence. Remember the Trump-Pence ticket, like the warnings in Revelation trumpets. The same book that teaches about 666, and she also died 666 days before the upcoming November 5th, 2024 selection. And again, Trump lost his wife over the summer, 45 years after their marriage, again, his ex-wife. And Trump goes with that whole mega thing, which is the highest degree of the Satanic Church. And again, it's amazing how many people that they identify as Christian and they follow a guy who's openly satanic, mocking them right to their face. Anyhow, we'll be right back. Sit tight, Truth Seeker.
I would have never dropped in on that calligraphy class, and personal computers might not have the wonderful typography that they do. Of course, it was impossible to connect the dots looking forward when I was in college, but it was very, very clear looking backwards 10 years later. Again, you can't connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect them looking backwards. So you have to trust that the dots will somehow connect in your future. You have to trust in something, your gut, destiny, life, karma, whatever. Because believing that the dots will connect down the road will give you the confidence to follow your heart, even when it leads you off the well-worn path, and that will make all the difference. I was lucky. I found what I loved to do early in life. The heaviness of being successful was replaced by the lightness of being a beginner again, less sure about everything. I'm convinced that the only thing that kept me going was that I loved what I did.
Hey everyone, it's Chris Gio, founder of Truth Frequency Radio and host of Beyond the Veil. The mainstream media and establishment are running scared right now, and they've prominently featured TruthFrequencyRadio.com as number 89 on the federal government's hit list, also known as the fake news list, which is essentially a list of sites slated for censorship on Facebook, YouTube, Google, and other social media. Now is the time for you to get involved. Share your favorite TFR shows far and wide on forums and social media. Tell your friends and family about your favorite shows. If you're a business owner, get in touch with us to feature your product or service right here on TFR. And if you haven't done so already, become a TFR supporter now and get unlimited commercial-free downloads in high quality. Visit truthfrequencyradio.com/sign-up. Thank you for making TFR the leader in independent and uncensored talk radio. Truth Frequency Radio, your protection from deception.
For millennia, mankind has been searching for answers to the big questions, such as, where did the universe come from? Where did we come from? Why are we here? Are we alone? And just what the heck is the Sasquatch all about? I can't promise you answers, and neither can the Woo Crew, but they invite you to join them Friday night at 7 p.m. Eastern, midnight in the UK, for Freaky Friday, exclusively on Truth Frequency Radio. Spirituality, multiverse, quantum mechanics, the occult, and so much conspiracy analysis that it will make your mind melt. Take my word for it. Freaky Friday. It's more than a show. It's a way of life. I'm Stephen Hawking, and I am proud to be a Wookiee.
This is Truth Frequency Radio.
No hate, no hype, no fear. Real people, real radio.
All right, we're back, Truth Seeker. We're taking your calls the rest of the way. And next up is George, who's been real patient tonight. What's up, George?
What was that?
How you doing? Your phone sounds a little bit off tonight, George. You're on, just the phone sounds weird.
Okay, sorry, I had to step outside for a second. How are you doing this evening?
Doing well. How are you?
Great, thank you. Okay, so I realize I only have a few minutes, so I'll get to the point. This is courtesy from Peggy Hall from the Healthy American. And you had to realize, okay, let's just talk about the 21st century, the last 20 plus years. Almost every major story from 9/11, Sandy Hook, whatever, is a psychological operation. And this episode last week with this player for the Buffalo Bills, Demar Hamlin, is no different. And, okay, this is a stretch. Okay, Demar, I'm not sure if you brought this up. Doesn't that sound awfully close to Dahmer?
Sure, it's a reshuffling of drama as well.
Okay, so I realized he was born in 1998, and as you said, he was born on March the 24th of that year. Okay, so remember back in the early 1990s, the big, well, you might not actually remember this, but one of the big scares was the whole Jeffrey Dahmer episode in Milwaukee. It was known as the Milwaukee Monster and the Milwaukee Cannibal. Well, the previous year, you had the movie Silence of the Lambs come out, starring Jodie Foster and Anthony Hopkins. Those are the two big stars. And it was about this serial killer that kidnaps young women and skins them so he can create a bodysuit.
Buffalo Bill.
Do you know the killer's name?
Buffalo Bill.
I'm sorry?
Buffalo Bill.
Yes.
Yeah, again, for people who forget, at the beginning of this football season, when it was still the preseason, there was a big song from that movie that Buffalo Bill's dancing to, Goodbye Horses, and the artist was Q Lazarus. She was announced dead when the Bills had just played the Colts and before the Broncos game, or it might have been vice versa, but they were playing the two horse teams, and then the Goodbye Horses singer, who got famous with the song that Buffalo Bill's dancing to, again, announced dead at that time. And let's not forget that Buffalo Bill's born on the 57th day of the year, the real Buffalo Bill, in light of Super Bowl 57. But yes, absolutely, I remember the film, and I see where you're going with this now. So go ahead, George.
Okay, so this is a stretch. So the 1981 film, Silence of the Lambs, what was the release date on that? I don't have my computer in front of me. I know it's 1991.
The Silence of the Lambs?
Yes.
You want to look at the release date?
Yes, if you could. I'm not online right now.
It came out on Valentine's Day. Came out on Valentine's Day, 91.
Okay, so the following year, you had the story of Jeffrey Dahmer. He's supposed to have killed something like 17 young men, boys and young men, in Wisconsin and Ohio, interestingly enough. I realize perhaps there's a stretch. But his father, Leonard Dahmer, got his bachelor's degree in chemistry from Marquette University.
Jesuit. Yeah. Yeah. When I was in Milwaukee, I had to laugh that the tallest building said Catholic Life. I thought, wow, Jesuit University, tallest building has Catholic Life on it. Okay.
Okay, so I just want to, so do you think the film, this is pure speculation, the film Silence Slam was one, predictive programming for Jeffrey Dahmer, two, part of the bigger agenda was to mainstream and normalize cannibalism?
I guess you could make that argument. I never really probably thought about cannibalism before I saw that movie. So.
Okay, well, you see, you had the whole trope of cannibalistic zombies going back to George Romero's Night of the Living Dead. But as I said, these are corpses that had come back to life for whatever reason.
Okay.
All right, so I guess I didn't bring up my main point, so hopefully I can bring this up the next time I'm on with you. And I'm not going to elaborate on this right now because I'm going to be signing off so you can try to get a few more callers. But have you looked into the deaths of prominent New York Yankee players who died young or relatively young?
I've covered a lot of Yankee deaths over the years, indeed.
Okay, such as Lou Gehrig, who died at the age of 37.
Yep. I have.
Okay, and Thurman Munson, who died at the age of 32.
Indeed. If you go to my old website, freetofindtruth.blogspot.com, and just search their names in the search bar, you'll find all my old posts on them.
Okay, so if you think, well, all right, I'll have to perhaps pick this up the next time I'm on with you. All right, so I'm signing off now.
All right, appreciate it, George. Thanks for your patience.
Okay.
Yeah, have a good night.
Take care.
Yeah, you too. All right, let's go out to always a great caller from New York, 347.
Hey, what's up, Ben? Can you hear me?
I can. How you doing?
Doing fine. We're going to make it quick. I know you're short of time. You got a lot of photos on it. Did you ever make the point about his initials? DJ?
Whose initials?
The Hamlin, the real football player. Did you ever say anything about his initials, DK, since he fell on the 48, and DK is 48?
DH48, yeah, good point.
You didn't mention nothing about that, did you?
I don't think I mentioned that. No, but that's a great observation.
So that's crazy that even his initials matches when he fell down on the 48.
Right.
And Rambo was talking about the equator in the 50-yard line and the Masonic ritual. It's crazy, right?
Indeed, yeah. One more layer to it.
Yeah, but the basic, let me see. I don't really have nothing about the financial thing on top of it. I really don't have nothing on that to give you anything like tonight on that.
That's okay.
But the one thing that caught my attention, I know this off topic, but I had to mention it. That's how you know Washington is theater. Ain't it crazy that they were talking about Trump and the documents, right? And now they got Biden filing documents at Biden locations and stuff. It's crazy. You see that, right?
And look what day they do it on, right? 110, when president equals 110. I think 2 years ago was the day that, or maybe it has already been 3 years, but wasn't the Trump COVID thing on 110 as well, if I remember right? So...
I want to say I think so. It's just crazy how the mockery of Trump and the documents, and that Biden got documents all over the place now. So that's just a mockery right there in your face.
Exactly. It's just like Clinton with the laptop.
I didn't see no Gematria numbers except for the 110 that you said. There might probably be some more numbers in the Biden documents and the Trump documents.
Yeah, I got to, again, the whole Trump thing started on 8/8, the Trump number. I will look into the Biden documents thing, but yeah, I just rolled my eyes like, oh, okay, now we get the story to offset Trump. Now we get exact, like you're just saying. I was just like, God, this stuff is stupid, man. So.
Yeah, I just had to hit you with that. I wanted to give you some more calls before you get on.
All right. Yeah, appreciate it. Great points as always.
Okay.
All right, have a good night. And just about 110 news tomorrow, the other big news besides Biden's documents on 110 was the flooding in California. Remember the biblical prophecy of the flood. The word prophecy has gematria of 110, and it also has gematria of 52, like flood equals 52, like California equals 52. And look at what area is flooding in California. The Bay Area, which is very liberal, right? And this Green New Deal is a very liberal idea because of climate change. So you're essentially, with weather warfare, attacking this liberal mecca of the world. You're going to have all those people, going berserk. They probably already are on social media, just putting the energy and reaction out there. You just see how this stuff works when you understand what's really going on in the world. And let's not forget the first act of weather warfare happened in 52 on the Jesuit order's birthday. But yeah, that's what I think they did with the Bay Area flooding on 110 and going into today. Let's go out to 657. What's up, 657? $657? All right, probably had him on hold too long. Let's go out to 515, Iowa.
Oh, give me 1 second. I'm going to turn the speaker off. Can you hear me, Zach?
I can hear you. Yeah.
All right, yeah. I just want to just to piggyback off what caller mentioned earlier, talking about how the Super Bowl is on the 43rd day of the year. The word economic collapse equals 272, and the 272nd day of the year is April 3rd, 4-3. And it ties in with everything you and Rambo were talking about, the number 43. You just had up the January 9th, 1988 edition of The Economist, and it said, get ready for a world currency. That phrase, get ready for a world currency, equals 133, as well as 304. If you apply the rules in numerology, it's actually 34, the mirror of 43. And if you could you bring back the image of the cover? I just want to point something out I think you might find interesting.
Yeah, I put it back up.
All right, thank you. So if you look at the what's it called, the logo that's in the middle of the coin, it's very similar to the logo of a crypto company called Stellar. And Stellar is founded by the same guy who founded XRP, Jed McCaleb. And what's interesting is the date, April 3rd, to the 10-year anniversary of the founding of the company Stellar, which is July 14th, is 102 days apart. And the word Stellar equals 102. And just to tie this in with the 10-year anniversary, right above the logo is the number 10. And 10 represents new beginnings, new cycles, so like a new currency. Just like what Rainbow's talking about with Aries, with it being new cycles and new beginnings and stuff. So yeah, that's what I had.
Okay, yeah, great observation. So, okay, I didn't realize that XRP had like a sister currency. That's interesting.
Oh, one more thing. If you look at the Phoenix, it also has the fleur de lis on top of its head. I mean, somebody could go ahead and figure what's up with that. And another observation is you guys were talking about the sun and the Super Bowl being in Phoenix and the burning and all that stuff. If you pay attention to all the cash that the Phoenix is stepping on, it's all the powerful currencies, like the Western currencies, American, British, Japanese. So it's probably going to be obviously we know it's a global thing, but most people think it's just going to be an American digital currency, but it's going to be obviously a world digital currency that we're all hooked onto, So yeah.
I imagine that would have to happen after a world war. So.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, it does. But America, I mean, it's the time for America is ticking up. It's coming by soon, every single day. It's always a new thing.
Indeed. All right. Well, great observations.
You take care. Have a great night, sir.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you.
Likewise. Take care, man.
Yeah, we've always talked about that old fleur de lis on that Phoenix's head, and it's just Catholic Church is real big with Bitcoin. Let's go out to Arizona, the land of the Phoenix, 480.
Howdy.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Yeah, I'll be fast and organized, and I'll get into numerics. The first thing that's most important with Christianity, there's a video. The title is, "This is the Sacred Secret, Instant Third Eye Activation." The word Christos is Greek, and that's where the Christ comes from, and it's a holy oil created in the organs of the brain, and it descends down to the sacrum, which represents sacred, and then it ascends up in 2.5 days. Jesus was reborn. He was reborn on the third day, not 72 hours. 2 days plus a portion. So you should really watch that video. I'm nervous as heck. I've got data. So the base number is 5. That's the pentagram. They draw a hex line across it, forming a star, and they put it in vertic. And that's the base. That's their base number. The speed limits in America are from childhood 15, 25, 35, 45, 55, 65, and now 75. They always have to hammer that numeric. When you're driving down the road and a car goes by with a 5-spoke wheel, your brain sees a blur, but your conscious brain sees it is a blur, but your mind sees it as 5-spoke. You can research this. You know, in the last 40 years, 70+% of all the cars have 5-spoke wheels, or they've taken to making them 5-spoke split. And of course, you know, we're speaking about the pentagram. It's omnipresent. You can take the number 5, multiply it times itself, equals 25. Take that sum, multiply it times 5 again, it always equals 5. 6 is the same way. Multiply 6 times 6 is 36. Multiply 6 times 36, it ends in 6. Those are the only two numerics that you can multiply them to times themselves and the sums, and it keeps replicating. With Rambo, he's savant. I appreciate how he integrates a different angle into the gematria because it dovetails completely. In terms of us being sovereign, they don't want us to be sovereign. And as I've stated before, I don't believe that they are human. And that's why they're so omnipotent and have ruled, and they can crunch these numbers ad nauseum because they're way advanced. We're genetically designed lessers. And then in terms of, before there was a spoken word, there was the sound, there was music. When a quasar expires, it goes out on a musical note. And music is the most important medium. In Socrates, who was a darling of the state until he spoke out against the haves versus the have-nots, and they put him to death. They claimed he took the chickens way out with hemlock. When they wouldn't have, they would have tortured him to death. So this is from Socrates. Music is a moral law. It gives soul to the universe, wings to the mind, flight to the imagination, a charm to sadness, gaiety, and life to everything. It is the essence of order and lends to all that is good, just, and beautiful. Of course, then they put him to death, and they claimed that Plato was a contemporary. No, he was a student. And as soon as they killed off Socrates, then Plato came out and said, and I quote, "Music is a very powerful law, and laws should be made to govern it," well over 2,000 years ago. Music is most important, and Rambo stated that Barry Soetoro Bra had 2 daughters. No, he didn't. Those were a real estate couple that lent their 2 daughters to the Obamas, so it appeared that they're heterosexual when it's well known that Barry was homo and a cocaine whore. And of course, he called Michelle twice in public setting, called her Michael, you know. And then on Ellen, she was dancing with his baggy pants on, doing the exercise thing for America, and the vestigial penis is flopping underneath it. So maybe it's a hermaphrodite, but he called her Michael. On and on. And then I've studied so many disciplines, you know, it's archaeology, anthropology, geology, genealogy, music, science disciplines. Studied many disciplines in over half a century. I just turned 69 recently. And of course, I was born in 54, and I was born on Saturn Day, and 54 has come up through my life incessantly. It's phenomenal how much it comes through. But nonetheless, if I've studied many disciplines, I appreciate what you're doing. You know, you recommended to me in 2013, and I followed you ever since. But I've studied many disciplines, and if you only focus on one discipline, you rather have a bit of glaucoma. Rambo really opens it up. He integrates and ties in, you know, astronomy and astrology into it, and that's superb. I think the last thing I was going to say is there's, once again, this video that should be viewed by you and all Christians. This is the title. This is the sacred secret, instant third eye activation. And in terms of gold and blue, that's predominant all over the world. And it essentially represents the colors of Tutankhamun's headdress. That's the lapis lazuli blue and the gold. And I've had phenomenal experience with gold and blue in my life that triggered me. And in Amsterdam and Egypt and Peru and other places. And then he spoke about obelisks. You know, they they show who they are. They claim to be Egyptians. They left Egypt. They put it to denote where their empire was. They put one in Turkey. They put one in Romania. They put 13 in Italy. They put one in the middle of the Vatican Square. They put 4 in the financial district of London, and that's the second city-state. And they put one in Central Park. They put one in the Metropolitan Museum of Art. And once again, with their monument, it's not just 555 feet tall. Underground support structure is 111 feet. It's 666 in totality. And of course, you know, the dome represents the womb, and the obelisk represents the phallic symbol. So that's essentially it. I want to leave one last thing. The most phenomenal terms of music, the most phenomenal phraseology, guitarist, phenomenal, extraordinaire, non-pareil par excellence was Jeff Beck, and he died yesterday. And he was a phenomenal guitarist extraordinaire. So if anybody wants to enjoy some phenomenal music from this notable album, Blow by Blow, Wire, he was playing concerts 2 months ago at age 78, and he was tearing it up like nobody's business. Jeff Beck, that's my data. This is Old Man Bo, and this is the last call I ever make. I've done 69 years of hell on slave prison planet Earth. I'm through with it. Sorry to say that. Sorry for people to hear it, but I'm fed up. I've been cornholed 1,000 times. You know, what I've gone through in my life, they'd have to drive through your garage 100 more times. For you to experience the kind of crap that I've gone through in my life, they'd have to drive through it 99 more times through your garage. Appreciate your time.
All right, appreciate it. All right, take care. Let's go out to 626. 626, what's going on?
Yeah, Zach.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, okay. My bad. I called a while back. I don't know if you remember me. Brought up the number 272.
Okay.
Yeah, my bad.
I do remember you said it's more important than 201. And here we are on the death of Jeff Beck on his 201st day of his age. Still haven't seen too many 272s, but tell me about it.
Well, I don't know if you heard of Gangsta Boo's recent passing.
Yeah, we covered it on New Year's.
Well, did you see that she died 272 days after Juicy J's birthday and 27 years, 7 months, and 2 days after the release of Mystic Styles, the first 3-6 Mafia album, and her first solo album was released on September 29th, the 272nd day of the year.
Okay.
And she's just like a list of many artists.
So what's the meaning of 272? What's the meaning of 272?
Well, light in the Bible and the word covenant both appear in the King James Version. So it's a specific number, 272 times, right? And light is esoterically means knowledge, right?
Uh-huh.
And if you look at the Satanic Bible, it's 272 pages long exactly.
Huh. Okay. Well, that would fit in with the whole 3-6 Mafia thing. Okay.
And, well, here's one for connecting Bill Gates to Hitler. He was born 27 weeks and 2 days after Hitler's birthday. Well, the dates, you know, chronologically. And then Event 201 was 27,200 days after Hitler's suicide.
Okay, interesting.
And, you know, it just connects to everything, man. Economic collapse, Event 201, the tagline, those words both equal 272. Also with the Gangsta Boo, when you write out her name and then say overdosed at 43, in English ordinal, that's 272. You know, 272 relates to like the crucifixion of Jesus. Ritualistic crucifixion equals 272. Jesus was crucified on the day, leaving 272 days left in the year.
Oh, yeah, because modern science.
Jesus.
But again, I mean, that obviously has more to do with it being April 3rd, the 93rd day of the year. Crucifix equals 93, so does God's Son, so does Nazareth. The 930th chapter of the Bible's where the New Testament begins. Christianity equals 930 in Sumerian Gematria. So, I mean, yeah, 272 is definitely connected to that date.
Because
But
we're living in the society of Jesus, right? You know? It's kind of, here's like a controversial opinion, you know, for like all the Christians, you know, it's like, how do we expect to be like rebelling in the society that we're living under, you know, and then still like, you know, being friendly with or idolizing, you know, Jesus, you know, it's kind of like an oxymoron. It's like, how are we ever going to break free, you know, if we keep like going back to the slave that leads us back to the herd.
Sure. All right. Well, great thoughts, and you're making a good case for the relevance of 272. I still think it's going to need a lot more to be more relevant than 201. But
Okay. I got one for Prince.
Okay.
He released the "I Would Die for You." 27 weeks and 2 days before his 27th birthday.
Okay. That is what I see in that number, because it's 27 and 72. Okay.
I also found something weird where, you know, news articles like edit and they have all the resources in the world. So when they get like a fact wrong, I view it as like intentional.
Okay, here, let me get one more caller in before the show's out. There's still a lot of people on hold.
I'll let you guys back.
All right, call back though. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, Chicago, we got about 40 seconds left. You get to close us out, Chicago.
Hey, how's it going, Zach?
It's going well. You better go quick though.
From Chicago.
Yeah, get a great thought out there.
Yeah, about this digital currency thing. When you mentioned it, it made me think about in history when the last time we had sort of a major change in terms of our money and the standard. So I was thinking about the gold standard, which FDR took us off of in 1933. And so I checked.
I can't stop the music. I'm sorry, but yeah, gold standard. I'm going to go back and look at that. We'll be back next week, everybody. Have a good night. That's too bad. I would have liked to hear the rest of his call. I could tell he had a good call right there. Just ran out of time. Okay. You know what? If that caller's still out there watching the YouTube stream, I'd like for you to finish your call. I'm going to open up the phone line for you. I got to switch the number. Don't call in unless you're that last caller, and hopefully he's seeing this. He could have just been listening through TFR. But if he's out there, let me get this line open for him. I know his area code was Chicago. Okay, the line's open. The last caller who just got cut off, if you're out there, feel free to call the 509 number, and we'll get that thought out there because it sounded like a good one. And for all you guys, while we wait to see if he calls in, if you haven't subscribed to Rambo's channel, let's see, did he hit the 8,000 mark yet? Let's do a little refresh. Well, 10 more people signed up. We need 70 more to get him there. And you know what? And maybe all the people on TFR each night are already subscribed to Rambo. But, well, hey, I thought he called from Chicago. Let me check. Is this the same caller? Hello?
Oh, no, this is someone new.
Well, go ahead, because the other person calling in right now is also not Chicago.
Oh, my bad. It's just a quick question. I'm more new to this whole thing, but I'm more seeing, like, synchronizing numbers between teams and their players. And what I mean by this is, like, for the Minnesota Vikings, for example, they have a reverse number of 98, but with a reverse reduction, Kirk Cousins is 44. The name Cousins or Cook is 44. Same thing with Jefferson being 98, linking up with the Vikings. I wanted to know if there's any type of linking between that, like the meaning, you know what I mean?
You'll find a lot of players have the same name in Gematria as the team they play for, so, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just slowly learning everything, and that is one of the main things that's popped out to me.
Sure.
So far.
Yeah. Yeah, you're on it. You're in Minnesota. Remember the Minneapolis Miracle touchdown play with Diggs?
Yeah.
61 yards. The word miracle is 61. So just keep decoding and you'll see how it all comes together. Appreciate it, man.
All right.
Appreciate it. Yeah, take care. I didn't mean to cut him off. But what's up, 267?
Hey, I'll be real quick. I know you're trying to close up. I just want to let everybody know about it.
Hold on. You can call back with the 312 guys calling in right now. So when he's done, you can call back.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, 312.
Yeah. Hey, how's it going?
You're the same caller, right, who was talking about the gold standard?
Right.
Okay, here we go.
About that. Yeah, I checked, and in Gematria for the gold standard, in the reverse reduction is 70, and U.S. currency reset in Gematria, the reduction cipher is also 70. And then for the U.S. currency reset in reverse reduction is 92, and digital currency in reverse reduction is also 92. And this goes to what you were thinking earlier about the Ides of March, when something might happen. The month of March, or the word March, in reverse Gematria is 92 as well. So I just was able to look that up, fairly quickly. I thought it might be of interest to you.
Yeah, that's very interesting, and I will look more into that. And just to remind people, Nixon's gold standard move was on August 15th, the Jesuit order's birthday. So.
Oh, okay, yeah. And so you were talking about March, and that also is the month that FDR initially started this whole thing with the gold standard. So I thought there was a parallel there as well. And if I could say one other thing on another subject.
Yeah.
About the Super Bowl. Something people haven't been aware of is that I thought Minnesota and Buffalo would be in the Super Bowl. And these are two teams, both of them are 0-4 in the Super Bowl.
Right.
And looking at it in terms of Gematria, there's a lot of matches. For instance, with the Super Bowl, this is Super Bowl 57. If you type out 57, in reverse reduction cipher is 98. And that connects with Super Bowl 28, which is 98 in the reduction cipher. And that's the Super Bowl that the Bills were in, and they lost to the Cowboys. And that particular Super Bowl was played in Georgia. And so there's that connection.
Yeah.
And if you were to type out 2022 champions, and you would also get a match with the Minnesota Vikings. Where does that match? Where are the Vikings? Anyway, I can't find that. But there's a match between the champions. That also matches with Glendale, Arizona. It's 144 in the ordinal cipher.
Yep. Yes, it is.
And then, I'm sorry?
Yeah, Glendale, Arizona is 144. Yep.
All right. And then the current governor of Arizona is Katie Hobbs. And in the reduction cipher, it's 38. And Minnesota in the reduction cipher is 38. And so those are just a couple of things that I had observed. And I thought that there was some sort of underlying theme of the 70s because of what happened with Pittsburgh, and then having that ritual with Franco Harris. So I was looking back, and like I said before, both of those teams are 0-4, so that would be a great narrative for people to talk about. And just think of all the emotion that would create, full spectrum of people who were disappointed that their team lost or elated that their team won. So Yeah, that's all I had. Just those things.
Yes, and if it was Minnesota and Buffalo, what's interesting is one is the 2 seed and the other is the 3 seed, kind of like 23, and like you said, they're both 0-4. Stephon Diggs, number 14, went from Minnesota to Buffalo. NFL equals 14 if either of those franchises become 1-4 in a Super Bowl. So yeah, that definitely is a possible narrative. And that Demar Hamlin, his high school is named the Vikings Catholic School, and they're in their 96th year of existence, like how his full name equals 96, like cardiac arrest, like Minnesota Vikings. So that is an interesting narrative, and appreciate it.
All right, thanks for that.
Yeah, take care. Okay, I love that you're trying to call in. You guys, I don't want to go too long, though, because I'm starving. I haven't eaten anything, and I got behind today with the extra Jeff Beck thing, and I missed lunch, and then I missed dinner, and now it's like after 9, and normally I'm going to bed at this time, but I need to eat something because my stomach hurts. Norway, what's going on, Norway?
Yeah, hi. I tried calling in earlier, but I was on hold for 3 hours, so I don't know what happened.
Sorry about that.
I was just... maybe it's the Skype, I don't know. I had to turn on the number because maybe I was on the true frequency. I listened for it for 3 hours, so I'm sorry if my English is not... it's my third language.
Your English sounds better than most Americans. Keep on going. I'm listening.
Okay, I was thinking about the rituals you're talking about with the financial collapse and the Pope and all the rituals, and I was just looking at some numbers about Brady and the Vatican and the Pope Francis and Trump. So I wrote some things down, and from Trump's birthday to the Super Bowl, it's 24 weeks and 3 days, just like Hamlin's birthday.
Okay.
And Francis. And from the date of birth from Pope Francis to the Super Bowl, it's 31,469 days. 31,469 is the 3,386 prime, like 33 and 86, like he's 86 and 33. They use all that. But the most interesting I found was I wrote this down, like. From date when Francis became Pope to the Super Bowl is 9 years and 11 months, like 911, or 109 months. 111 is Vatican. Vatican equals 119.
Right.
Or 9 years and 337 months. Lion, Jew, and Jewish, and the Gematria, the Latin Gematria, is 119. And also, if you type out Brady wins 8 Super Bowls, it's 116, like Thomas Edward Patrick Brady Jr. equals 116. Also, Lion equals 116. And Brady he goes in wins 35 playoff wins, and he can get his 39th playoff win. And United States equals 167, like 39 prime. He can get his 39th all. It's a lot of numbers for Brady. I don't know. Also, currency. You're talking about the collapse. It's 44. It's and actually the Super Bowl is being played on. If we go by the date when the Vatican. It's the 13th. It's February the 13th because of the time zones. So that's the 44th day of the year, and it's Francis' 57th day of his age, and also Tampa Bay Buccaneers is 57 in Chaldean. So Brady, can become 8-3. It's just a lot of numbers. It seems absurd, but they can script whatever they want. United States of Jesuits equals 83 in Chaldean.
Interesting.
So,
Interesting.
I don't know. It just seems like everything is synced up with the Pope Francis, and
it is.
He's 86, and just like the Cowboys game was 266, like Jesus Somen of Salvador, and he's the 266th Pope. I thought that result was strange. I don't know how they will do it, but right now I'm just looking at maybe the Ravens and the Ravens and the Bucks in the finals. I think they will beat the Bengals. I think that will be the big surprise. Nobody expects the Bengals to beat. Nobody expects the Ravens to beat the Bengals, and I think, or they can do the Bills Bucks. I don't know, but.
Well, something interesting about the Ravens is their coach Harbaugh's on 103 career losses right now, and this is the 103rd NFL season. And they did just put out a movie on Netflix about Edgar Allan Poe, and the Ravens are named after that, so that's a narrative to look into.
Yeah, and also if you put, I just look now, if you put Ravens versus the Buccaneers, you get 338 to 1 that they will face off in the Super Bowl, so it's insane odds.
Yeah.
$1 will get you, or 100.
$1 could win 338. I mean, usually that's not a sign that it's going to happen because they don't want to pay out on anything like that. But hey, it's only $1 to risk to potentially have some nice grocery money. So, okay.
Yeah, we'll see, but it's definitely synced up. The numbers for Francis, and also Brady, and isn't he the only the player who visited the Pope or got blessed by the Pope or something?
Brady did get to go kiss the hand of the Pope. Yes, he did. It wasn't Pope Francis. It was Pope John Paul II then, but yes.
But it's still Vatican Hill equals
9/11, Jewish.
Equals, and from Brady's day of birth to the Super Bowl, like he's born in 77, it's 45 years, 6 months, and 10 days. Like 4, 5, 6, 1, the 618th prime, and Vatican Hill is 18/6. Like if you turn it in reverse. So,
oh, sure. Sure. All right.
So it's a lot. It's a lot of numbers, but you never know. It's just I just can't believe how people still think that sports is
legitimate.
Is
right. I don't get it either.
Back home here, everybody here is sports idiot, and they talk about the teams like you are not a part of the team, and can't you just see it's how it's ritual after ritual after ritual. Even people that claim to be woke, they look at this and it's exciting, and like it's becoming more and more unbelievable. Like just look at the World Cup now, and all these Americans, it's just insane comebacks. If you were a manager and it should never happen, these things, because if a professional athlete would never allow these things to happen, it would never happen.
Right.
You just have to use. I can't believe it. And you had a caller the other day. He called in. It's like, yeah. So you think about it. The one you got a bit pissed off when you had Mr. Futures on, that guy. It's like, and he's betting and he's watching this and he thinks it's real. He thinks it's organic.
Well, I found out who that person is, and his whole life is about the New York Giants. And he has a channel on YouTube called Copizzle, Copizzle, and all he talks about is how much he loves the New York Giants. So, his whole life is football.
So one of those fat fanboys.
Indeed.
But it's insane, and I'm just wondering now: is it any sports at all that's not scripted by the numbers, like downhill skiing? It's downhill skiing is big here, so I'm just like, how would they script that? But I guess they can do anything. I don't know.
Well, I mean, if you had a field of contestants and somebody had to win, I guess you could have everybody else just kind of play behind to let that person win. So.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me anything. But we have this. There's one player in the NHL that when I was like 5 or 6, I played on his team, and he was insanely good. And I know he doesn't come from any Jesuit family, so.
Sure.
But I guess once you get the $50 million contract, everything is on the table. You can shut up for. That's the thing people say to me. Like, how can it be scripted? Then everybody has to be in on it, they say, and that's like, well, not everybody.
Right.
Not everybody has to be in it. Manager, reps, and I don't know. Sometimes I wonder if the NFL owners just when they sit in their boxes and watching it, like if they don't know the outcome, but they're still like, they know it's rigged, but they don't know if they're going to win or lose. So that's where you see them, when you see Jerry Jones, for example, it's just like, they know it's rigged, but maybe they have pride. It's all about pride for the most of. They own a team and they, like you say, they share the profits. But still, I think this playoff we're going to see here is going to be more absurd than the one we saw last year. Because
if they're going to have Tom Brady in the Super Bowl, this will be the most absurd NFL playoffs ever. So
worse than the one that.
It'll be the all-time worst. It'll be the all-time worst. I mean, the Bucs have been a lousy team all year, so.
Yeah, and with a losing record, they would be the first.
They'd be the first with a losing record in the Super Bowl. I think they're the second team with a losing record to ever make the playoffs, but first to make the Super Bowl if that happens. So.
But it's pretty. It would be pretty sick, and they couldn't have scripted it any better, huh?
That's what they'll blurt it out. So.
They said, I was watching NHL last night. It was just, and the guy was, they couldn't have scripted it any better.
Yeah.
And I was just started laughing because it was the like insane comeback or something, and I said like, come on, they're telling you this has been a presentation. It's sport entertainment. It's just like WWE.
Exactly. Exactly.
It just drives me insane sometimes. Like when I watch these soccer games, also the insane things you see, also with the new rules. Like, come on, and people still think, oh, it's insane. We're a small European country here, and like people are more brainwashed. Are you thinking about the worst liberal state you have? You're from Oregon. You're talking about with the muscles. I was the only one for 2 years that didn't work. I didn't take a vaccine. I never used the antibacterial cream. I never used the muscle. I was the only guy in the mall with the muscle. And people here are so. The government is king. They believe everything that's in the news. Look, you are still like America. You still have some free thinkers, right? But.
It's worse in Norway, huh?
Especially Scandinavia, it's very few people that has seen through the narrative. Like, I'm sorry, my English is not the greatest, but so.
Yeah.
It's just frustrating sometimes,
I hear it. Well, I'm glad you're out there, and hopefully you'll rub off on some people in your community, and you won't be so isolated. But yeah, it is frustrating being in our camp because almost everybody else is just under the mind control and oblivious to what's really going on, and just marching along with the tyranny. So it's good to know you're out there, though. Thanks for calling in and being so patient tonight, friend.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Have a good. And one more thing, it makes it very difficult to find a female. Because they're all under the mind control, and you don't want to have a
right.
You don't want to have a wife that buys into this narrative. That's going to be it's not a pleasant life. It's better to be alone until you find somebody who can see through the. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, hopefully there's a woman out there listening tonight in Norway, and she's already on the path to finding you. But we'll all put it out there in the universe. But yeah, I know what you mean. You want to have a life partner that's on the same wavelength. So
yeah, who doesn't believe that elections actually matter?
Well, I hope you find that person. They're out there somewhere.
We have a Jesuit prime minister now for the first time.
Yeah, and I think that's going to become more and more common in more and more nations as they take over the world more and more. So
he's the 44th prime minister. He's number 44 since we became an independent nation from Sweden, and so he's number 44. But and he's especially bad. Nobody likes him, but he still won.
Yeah, go figure. Yeah, same thing going on all over the world.
Go figure. By the numbers, but I'm not going to do that now. But it's by the numbers over here, just like it's over there. It's all over the place.
Sure. The last time I really covered Norway was the Oslo bombing, and that was by the numbers. So.
100%. And the Prime Minister also was linked with that, with his numbers. I checked it out, and it was like, oh, come on, give me a break.
Yeah, Anders Breivik.
Yeah.
All right, friend. Well, call us back.
Yeah, you have a good evening. So we'll see how the playoffs will be. It will be exciting.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Indeed.
Yeah.
All right, friend.
Okay.
You have a good night. Good day, actually. Good day over there in Europe. All right, take care.
Yeah. Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, isn't it amazing how big the world is now? Like much further ahead. He's got to be like 8, 9, 10 hours ahead of me right now. So it's early in the morning over there. Okay, so much for dinner tonight. We'll just go for the big fast. 437. Sounds like he's caught up in the blizzard. DK Stonewood, what's up?
Hey Zach, you want to answer that call waiting on 509? So I was waiting for the whole time to call in, but I heard that call waiting, so I just was waiting.
Well, your timing was good, yeah?
Okay. Let me see here. Can you go to your email, GematriaEffectNews, the Gmail one real quick, and open up? I just sent you one. I don't even know if that one went through, but I sent you one like during the middle of the show, the one that I want you to open right now.
All right, I'm going there. Okay, let's see. Oh, okay, I see it.
What does the subject say on it?
The Captain Morgan one?
Yes, exactly. Open that one up.
Captain Morgan taking a knee.
So you see what colors is Captain Morgan wearing?
Yeah, red, white, and blue.
He's doing the Hiram Abiff ritual, and Captain Morgan is known to be the pirate of rum. So there you go. They're using it in a lot of their.
For people who need the greater connection, again, Rambo's making the point about Mr. Morgan, who formed the anti-Masonry party, who was from the Buffalo area, and how he revealed the Masonic kneeling ritual. So Captain Morgan here is taking a knee on the rum barrel, and similar colors to the Bills. Yeah, I get it. Huh.
You remember those Captain Morgan commercials, right, where everybody was just putting their knee up in the air, acting like they were him?
Right.
Yeah, they were usually on during football games, so I'm sure you probably saw those. Did you get that email that I just sent you right now? It was saying it was too many photos, that it was going to have problems going through. Did that even come through or no?
The last email I see from you is the one I just opened with Captain Morgan.
Okay, yeah, then it didn't go through. But I was just sending you pictures of drawings of when the Vikings invaded. They look exactly like Captain Morgan. So, yeah. Anyway, so and then like I said before, you call them pirates. If they're coming from a warmer climate, but you call them Vikings if they're coming from a colder climate. Either way. Anyway, what were you saying about the March 24th again? So the guy who died on the field, his birthday is March 24th. Then this guy Hamlin who just went down to the 24th, and then you said the guy from Old Dominion as well, same birthday?
Yep, they have the same birthday.
All three of those guys, huh?
All of them have, and the Old Dominion player also wears the number 3.
So March 24th is most likely what in the 13 moon calendar what was New Year's Day. Now that they've taken out the 13th month and put more days, it actually now falls on like April Fool's Day normally. So yeah, hi Fools, it's actually New Year's today, April Fools, So and like in the old and the natives called it that the last full moon of the year was the moon right before that, and it was called the worm moon, because then that's when the worms would come out of the ground, it was also called the death moon. And if you're born between March 17th and March 23rd, the days right before March 24th, you're known as the Pisces Aries cusp or whatever. And it's a thing of like rebirth, because the new year's about to start right there. So I don't know how that I guess maybe like, Old Dominion, Old World Order, old,
Right.
Money system.
That's how I see it. Old control. Here comes the new control.
Yeah, and then, so now we're going to go into the old control system is falling, the bill is falling, the Old Dominion is falling, and we're going to go into the new Dominion or whatever they're going to call a New World Order, like all the politicians are saying. And then I'll talk about what you actually started the show with last. No, but I don't think anyone was on topic today, right?
Not the beginning, no.
I mean, Rambo went, other than Rambo, not too many calls, but I don't think anybody talked about the, what's going on here. And then he was also talking about that lion's paw, the lion's claw or lion's paw or lion's grip handshake thing. I don't know if you remember, this was already like a year ago when Jeff Young first came back on the show and was doing like a guitar lesson or something. But when he was talking about doing the hand sign that all the rockers make, and I was like, that's the secret handshake right there. It's the lion's paw handshake. And then when I met Jeff in person, I showed him the actual handshake, like in person, how it works. And what it actually is it looks like a heart. When you make your hand like that and you put two hands together like that, it looks like the heart and all the like the aortic valve and all those valves that are coming in. So it's two hearts going together. That's the secret handshake in fraternities. So that's that lion's paw grip. It's like we're of the same blood, kind of, like that's why it's the secret handshake. And, I realized in college when we were at another, a totally different school at a different fraternity, and I was just like, fuck it, I'll use our secret handshake, see what happens. And it worked. So I was like, well, that's obviously the secret handshake for every fraternity now. I figured that one out. How could I be at a different school at a different house? And it just worked.
Sure.
So, I forgot what else. I didn't write any the other stuff that I wanted to say down, but I might as well then just go into the last point about going into the digital currency. So this is what like 5G is all about. And for, a lot of people think, like 5G is already out because their phone says 5G. No, they have not launched 5G yet. That's just 5th generation wireless. It says 5G, but they don't have any antennas that are small enough to fit in the package of a phone to collect 5G. It would burn up. They've already tried it. The smallest they can get right now is like maybe the size of a VCR. If you remember the old VCRs that fit the VHS tapes in there, or like a DirecTV box, maybe it's about that size. So in order to bring 5G into your house, when they do launch 5G, which it's not launched up yet, they're just putting up the infrastructure for it, the really fat cabling with the orange wire. If you have like above ground telephone poles with the electricity in your city, you'll see them. They've been retrofitting that for at least 5 years already. They started doing that right after they changed all the street lights over to this really harmful 5,000 plus Kelvin spectrum lighting that is, we're not supposed to be looking at that frequency at night. Totally throws us off and messes up vitamin D and circadian rhythms and all kinds of stuff. But that's all like the backbone for the 5G system. The 5G system is not for us. Our phones are still working on the same 4 quad bands it's been doing for years. The phones are just getting a little bit better, but we're still operating on the same systems. They're not going to change that. The 5G is for their system, for the beast system. That'll be for tracking everything and every digital purchase and all that. And they need that for the digital currency. So none of that stuff is like for our use. It's for their use. Your phone still won't be 5G. You'll need to bring a signal into your house, and it'll be very similar to our routers now, where you're bringing a signal from outside in, and then it's plugged into a router, which is then broadcasting it in your house everywhere, where your devices, you can pick up on it through Wi-Fi. So this thing will be called Y-Gig. And that's how you'll be bringing 5G into your house, killing yourself, because it can't go through walls, it can't go through windows, it can't go through anything. The attenuation on 5G is so much because of the shortness of the wave. So you could even block it with like those misters, like people have misters outside their house, like in Arizona where you were when it's hot in the summer. Even just that mist atmospherically floating around blocks it. So everything blocks 5G. You'll have to bring it into your home yourself, like an idiot. Which of course they'll probably be giving those out for free. They haven't come out with any of this yet. So the 5G system is not live yet. My work kind of got really big in like 2015-ish when I started, like a lot of predictions that I made, like 2012, that sounded retarded and crazy, started coming true. And then people were like, oh shit, that crazy guy was right. And then people started coming to me even at work, and at that time before Trump had even declared that he was going to go to be president or whatever, and I was like, Donald Trump's going to be the next president. People are like, what? And then, they had Bernie Sanders, and they had to pull Bernie Sanders out because he would have wiped the floor with Trump, so they had to put a sure loser in there like
Hillary.
Yeah. So they replaced a winner with a loser because they knew he would beat Trump, and then they knew they had to put Trump in, so they're like, we can't do another election that's that bad. The people are already, we did a couple of them with Al Gore and Bush, and we can't have another obviously stolen election that obvious. So we're gonna have to just replace the guy with the sure loser like Hillary, and nobody's gonna complain. And then I thought the same thing was gonna happen again. I'm like, oh, now they found their next sure loser, Joe Biden. So I was wrong on that one. I was like, well, the script is for Trump, so I don't know why I guess they made they're calling an audible or something right now. I don't know what's going on, and then like when I found your work, it's only been like barely over a year. So then I heard you say that you had, you had predicted the Biden thing through Gematria. I was like, well, see, that's where that would have helped, because I was just doing it, based on intuition. But anyway, back then, like, there's still posts on like my Facebook, like from 2015, where I'm telling people that are like childhood friends of mine, I'm like, you're so fucked up and brainwashed now. In the future, the government's gonna come up with a vaccine for some reason, and you're gonna march your whole fucking sheep family up there, and you guys are gonna take this fucking vaccine, and then when 5G comes out, it'll fucking kill you because of what's in that vaccine. This is in 2015, so now we're talking, 8 years ago. Of course, that sounded crazy back then, but then, as things started lining up, like that guy's mom, I saw that guy's mom at the store. She's like, I saw everything you were saying. She's all, everybody around town's now talking about like, damn, he was right. Like, oh shit, this is pretty scary now. So that's what this whole thing is about 5G. It's not necessarily, yes, it will harm our health, but it's only one aspect of it that's really gonna, that can really affect that. And that's kind of like an active military, like active passive denial system, active/passive. It's really active, but they sell it as passive. And that's the part where, it could really harm your health. Like if they put the 60 gigahertz one is the one that you won't be able to breathe. But that's just one tiny little aspect of 5G. All the other frequencies that they're using are mostly for the for this digital currency that they're going to need all that bandwidth and all the different transactions, and for monitoring, not just all that, but like monitoring us where we are, real-time surveillance through all the different things that we're, our phones tracking us, our cars that have navigation and all that. Everything's tracking like where you are and where you go. Your phone even knows like if you got in and out of a car, if you're indoor or outdoor, based on the barometric pressure reading that your phone has, and all those little things that your phone has where you can measure like if something's level and has a compass on it and all. I mean, all that stuff isn't to use as a compass. It's obviously to get like a very, very exact bearing on where you are. Literally the enemy of the state thing from the Will Smith movie where, they're triangulating exactly where everyone is. And this is for, the people who are not going to want to be part of the beast system. And this is going on maybe it was sometime during COVID, probably like maybe 2 years ago now. I was out on the beach, after the bars, were kind of like closing and everything. So it was like 2 a.m. and I was out there with these 2 lesbian chicks, and I recorded this all. I just happened to run across them. It wasn't just like I was on a date with 2 lesbians, but so there's something went over us like an aircraft, and it was putting down like a green laser line that was across the whole beach, plus about 100 yards into the like houses on the Strand right there, the multi-million-dollar homes, and plus about another 100 yards out into the water. And it was just running from like north to south down the beach. Like the beach is like, 10 miles long there. You got like Redondo, Hermosa, and Manhattan beaches, all kind of just, it's the same beach. If you're walking on the sand, you wouldn't know it was a different city you were walking in unless you walked and saw the street signs. So, and it's just coming from north, and this is starting right at the LAX airport. So you can't, if me or you tried to go fly there, they would shoot us down or, send jets out. Like, you can't fly in front of the takeoff runway of an airport, especially something like LAX. Like, there's no way you could, that airspace is, it would probably be easier to fly over like DC, than do that. So how is this allowed to come through? And it came over us with that green light, and I was like, that's the first time I wasn't ready. And as it passed over us, the green light turned off, and then it turned back on behind us and turned back on, and then it like scanned over us again. Like, it was literally like a electric drone that was the size of like a Cessna. It was very quiet, flying pretty low. It was just like literally like out of the Terminator movies, where it clips back to where that guy Reese, where he comes out of the future, where they're all hiding at night and they have all these drones flying over and surveilling everything. So I've seen them testing that stuff at night. So that would be like, let's just say we got a beast system and we have some people that don't want to be part of it and are figuring out a way to use, methods of exchange, whatever kind of money we're using, not being on their digital system. So they'll be searching for those people because they won't be hooked up like on a node to the 5G system. So this is what, this is what it's all for. It's, again, and money is just a control system. And now moving into digital money, like the one caller, I think it was that Truth Does Not Exist, was talking about how everybody's pretty much on digital already using these, everything's like, you go to the ATM, it shows you how much you have. It's just numbers on a screen, and then you go use a card that's tied to those numbers on a screen. So it's, for the most part, most people are using that. I personally still use cash. I don't have like direct deposit. I get my like work checks mailed to my house, and then I like go cash. It sounds like spread Flintstone Stone Age, but I just do that just to, if everybody was doing that, their whole system would crumble. There's nothing, you couldn't support something that the people aren't supporting. So, I'm kind of like Stone Age as far as that's concerned. When people see, you pull out cash at the grocery store, they look at you like, whoa, that's like this guy's money.
Sure.
They're not used to seeing it. So, and you go to your buddy to buy an ounce. You're not going to pay him with it. Well, I guess you could, now they have Zelle and all these things like to pay people, but you go over with cash. You need to get into a place. You got to pay the security off with the handshake.
See, that's what's going to happen to all the weed dealers out there that live off their weed dealing. The government's going to be like, well, how come you're getting all these cash transactions on Zelle? Like, what are you doing to get $300?
Right. So that'll all be eliminated. You won't be able to go buy any real food off somebody who's farming like real. You'll just have to go buy, with your digital token or whatever, So, I said when all these things were coming out, I was like, the ones that sound like they're going to be around that are like they're naming after themselves, be like Pirate Coin, Ethereum, some of those that are like literally right in the name. It's kind of, talking about this evil group, So that's what this is all for. It's just the next stage in the lockdown. Now the beast system is getting a little more confined and a little more tight, so they have to get the reins on it a little bit tighter. And that's what that's what the digital currency is for, and then that's what 5G is also for. So is it going to kill everybody? No, but it's going to affect a lot of people's health. It's not out yet though. So I said by 2025 is when they're going to have it all up and running. I'll be around till 2022, then I may have to move. I was saying this shit like in 2014 and 15. I told people we're going to be on Chinese money in 2014. I'm like, we're going to be using Chinese money here or they're going to have new money that us in China are using. And I was wrong on that, but we're going over to the Chinese the way Chinese use money, which would be a social credit system, so will all countries. So right now, I mean, they're changing Croatia over, so like the money's not going to be worth anything. Like I think they declared that a few days ago, so I don't know. They got like 5-6 days left, I guess, to transfer their money over before it's worthless. They just joined the euro, so it's going to go from the kuna, which we have now, to the euro token. To force everybody, just like on when people had other forms of money that they said, hey, you got to turn it in. Well, didn't they say that about like silver certificates and anything that was actually real, like gold? Turn in your gold and we'll give you money. And then going off the gold standard, you didn't really have to like turn in your gold, but if you wanted money to use for it, you had to. So yeah, that's kind of I don't know if I'm leaving anything out. I had a couple of other things I wanted to say that I didn't write down, so I probably forgot them, but that's basically the gist of it right there.
All right. Well, appreciate it, DK. Thank you.
One thing, this is not necessarily just for that has anything to do with the topic, but have you seen the trailer for that new movie, Megan?
AI movie?
Yeah.
Somebody just made a point about that film.
How creepy is that? And also the AI needs the 5G to run. So, people ask, AI's been running the show, yes, the whole time. My contention is 26,000 years already, but from like behind the scenes, and now that's going to come, all the way to the surface to fruition, where it'll literally be, you won't be talking to, most of the customer service things, it's hard to get to a person anyways. It's like, you can talk to me, just like talking to a person. I just speak to representatives, you just got to repeat that to the recording about 7 times. They finally give you to a person. So they're already, that's already like halfway there. They're shifting everything over into that, and then who's going to have jobs anymore, when everything's being run by AI.
Right.
So then you'll have to go to the government giving you money because there's no jobs, and then it'll be this system that we're talking about,
Right.
If you're not tapped up, you don't get money. If you're not doing this, you don't get money, and you got to use your money within this frame of time or it expires. Everything people have probably already, heard in the last year or two.
Yeah. All right. Well, great thoughts, friend. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I think that's the end of my rant. Okay.
All right, DK.
But yeah, weather looks good for that proposed 24 through 26, by the way. It looks like back to sunny. We're going to have one like 3-4 day rainstorm coming up here, and then it looks like all sunny for that proposed time. So
okay.
If that still is going to happen, it'll be great weather.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still debating, so I'd like to be there. We'll see what happens. I got a couple weeks to decide.
What were you thinking, like flying in that day of the 24th, going to that game that night, then the next day, whatever, and then doing the Kobe day and then flying home that night?
Yeah, pretty much.
That would be sweet. Like basically a day and a half, two day swing.
Exactly. Yeah.
Cool, man.
All right, appreciate it, DK.
Yeah, go have some food because I've been eating while I've been listening to the show. I feel bad for you.
Yeah, I'll definitely eat something. All right, appreciate it, DK.
Less autophagy for today.
Yeah, seriously. All right, man.
All right.
Have a good one.
Thanks for taking the call again.
Yeah, later. All right, North Carolina. I see you want on. What's going on, North Carolina?
What up, Seth? I just want to take a point. I ain't gonna be long. Did you see that Justin Jefferson broke the record, or not broke the record, but got the receiving title with 109 receiving yards?
Oh, so number 18 got over 1,800 yards. Okay.
18, but what I want to point is 18. He got exactly 1809 in the NFL posted about that. 1809 is the year Lincoln was born, and you know that he turned 214 this year. Justin Jefferson, his full name, got that 214, and then that the Queen died on the opening day of the season, and she was born on 21/4, a lot like 214.
Interesting.
And also her mother. The reason I made the point the other day about the 101 and 96 thing to look more into that is because her mother did actually die at 101, and she died at 96. Her mother was born on the 89th day of the year, on 3/30, like Hamlin that wears number 3, and Hamlin equals 30. And that was the 89th day of the year. Now the queen dies, her daughter dies on 8/9. And then you got the Bills on the final game of the season facing the New England Patriots, dropping them to 8 and 9.
Yeah, and then Brady's also 8 and 9, his old team. Queen's death date can be written 8/9, yeah.
And it is, yeah, it is in England. And then also, you know, in regards to that Lincoln Financial Field thing, you know, that the first game that they held was a match between FC Barcelona and Manchester United on Brady's birthday in 2003.
I didn't know that. Interesting.
Yeah, it was on. Yeah, that was on 8/3, and the first NFL game for it to host was on September 8th, the same day the Queen died, and it was the Eagles versus the Bucks. So that could be an NFC championship. It was the first game played in that stadium.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, and also the Philadelphia mayor has the same birthday as Jalen Hurts, that 8/7 birthday. Mm-hmm. He's got that same birthday, and his name, the Philadelphia governor, Jim Kenney, is a lot like Jim Kelly, who, you know, went to or carried the Bills in that whole four Super Bowl run.
I see. Huh.
Yeah, and I also wanted to point out, as in regards to Justin Jefferson doing that with 1,809 yards, you know that was the year Lincoln was born, but that was also the year Thomas Jefferson went out of office. That was also that same year. On March the 4th, I believe that's when it was. So that would be the 63rd day of the year, kind of like Buffalo in 63.
And the shooting was on Jefferson Street at the Buffalo Tops.
Yeah.
Jefferson.
Right. Exactly. And also for, Josh Allen, because Freemason. Josh Allen matches Freemason in 3 out of 4 with the 48, the 147, and the 42, I believe. And you know, Buffalo Bill Cody's wife dropped dead on the 147th day of the year. And it was on October 21st. That's the day leaving 60. You would know, wouldn't you?
What day was it again?
October 21st, 27, 65, 68.
Well, I always go October 31 leaves 61 days left in the year. So it's got to be the day leaving 70 days left in the year, which means it's the 295th day of the year.
295th. Oh, okay. I thought it was the day leaving 71 days remaining. I was going to make that point, but if so, then you know you can disregard that if I did my math wrong. But also, the Queen died on the 2nd.
If you count that day through December 31st, it is the last 71 days of the year. But you'd say like the 295th day of the year, leaving 70 days remaining. But if you just counted the last days, it would be the last 71 days of the year.
Right. I just wanted to make that point because she married Buffalo Bill. Her and Buffalo Bill got married on March 6th, like a lot like 6/3 in 66. So on the 6th of the month in 66, and then they was together for 51 years. But her name has that 251, like Super Bowl 57, like the 251st day of the year when the Queen dropped dead. And then, you know, Kobe or LeBron passed Kobe right on the 250 on 25/1. And the Eagles went to a Super Bowl in 81 against the Raiders on 25/1.
Right. Huh. Yeah, good research.
Yeah. And there's a lot more, but yeah, I just wanted to make those points. That's all. I just encourage, like I said, to just look more into that because it's definitely some ties with all of that.
Okay. Well, yeah, great thoughts. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Yeah. Take care. Okay. There are a lot of people still trying to call in, but I got to wrap it up, you guys, because it's almost 10. And like I said, I haven't eaten. It's been a long, busy day. And this person keeps calling over and over. Better be good. 559. 559. Hello? All right. Just calling over and over to say nothing. Okay. All right. Let me turn this They called right back. Okay, let me see if there was some kind of glitch. 559?
Oh, hey, Zach.
Yeah, what's up?
I'm glad I finally get it. Let me turn my TV down real quick. I'm going to be short because I have a lot, but I know, like, that you've been trying to get off so you can eat. So I'm going to make this short. I know you probably go live again soon, and I'll finish up the rest with the riddle with Dallas and Jerry Jones. And I have one with Lynn Dawson as well with Kansas. But right now, let's see. So let me make this short. So let's go back and look at this Tom Brady riddle. So Michael Jordan, the same year Tom Brady won the Super Bowl in 2021, Michael Jordan won his first selfish tournament. The tournament, check this out, the tournament is called the 57th Buccaneer, and the tournament was in Florida.
Okay.
So write that down. Also write this down. So the name of his boat is called the Catch 23.
Okay.
Now when you put that in, it equals 223, which is, we all know what that is. Skull and crossbones. It also equals 57. Let me see. Equals 1, 2, 3. It equals 51. We all know what 51 stands for. And 43, which we know that the Super Bowl is on the 43rd day. Numerology. The 57th Buccaneer equals 103, which is this is the 103rd in the third season. Also, it equals 157 in the first ordinal, which the 157 is the third element prime.
Okay.
I think I have. This was the main one where I just it just blew my mind. So the size of his yacht, his boat, his shellfish, it's 80 feet long, and guess what? It's worth $8 million.
Okay.
You can't make that up. 80 foot long, worth $8 million, and it's called. I hope this name doesn't throw everybody off, but it's called the Viking Sport Fishing Yacht.
Huh. Okay.
So we all know Michael Jordan is linked with Tom Brady. If you go back, a lot of people don't know that Michael Jordan, when he came back from retirement, he wore the number 12 for a game. He also wore the number 45, which is Tom Brady's 45 right now, and of course, number 23, which we're in the year 23. But they are linked together. And if Tom Brady were to go 83, which 23 is the prime number of 83, that would make a lot of more sense this year. And I can't say if he would play the Bucks, which they're giving us all the numbers for the Bucks. I'm not for the Bucks, but for the Bills. It could be the Bills and Bucks, but it also could be Kansas, because they both have riddles. They both have Kansas and the Bills both have sacrifices this year. Kansas has the sacrifice with Lynn Dawson. That's a big sacrifice because he died at the age of 87. This is the first year that the NFL has gone to 17 games after playing 16 games for 43 years.
Okay.
So 87 is a reflection of 78.
Okay. Yeah, we'll call into the next football show. I appreciate all the information. Thank you.
No, for sure I will. Like if I have more, but I want to leave it short so you can get you something to eat.
Okay, appreciate it then. Thank you. Okay, if you want me to get something to eat, don't just keep going on and on and on. Like, what is it with people? All right, what's up, 267? Philadelphia. I'm not talking to, is that Dana calling in? I'm talking to that last guy, because it's just like, people do that. It's like, okay, I'm trying to get off. Sorry, I'm not going to go on too long. All right, thanks for that. It's just like, okay, just say goodbye. Get off the phone. Man. God. All right. Also, thank you, Shark. Shark chipped in $5 tonight. Hold on. Philadelphia's calling back. 267.
Hello, how are you?
Doing well. How are you, Dana?
I'm good. Hey, so I called in earlier. I told you about the movie Plane that I saw.
Yes.
And, hey, one thing that I, just really quickly, DK was talking about 5G, and I always make this joke that, people talk about aliens and whatnot, but I talk about 5Jesus. I think they're going to blow people's minds with the, the coming of Christ through the TV.
Sure.
5G. But anyways, I wanted to talk about the all the the topics tonight. So I have like 20 pages that I wrote down, but I think it's so interesting what I've been following astrologically. So the Great Depression happened during a Uranus and Taurus transit. And then also during like 1850 to 1859, the last time Uranus was in Taurus, there was a war involving Russia and the U.S. Russia against the U.S., France, what used to be Turkey, and I forget who else. But and you know very well, without even having to go into all the Pisces themes that have been going on since 9/11.
Sure.
How that's all tied into it. Do you know that Russia has like a torpedo underwater weapon called Poseidon?
I remember we were actually looking at that at the beginning of this whole thing. Yeah, good reminder.
Yeah, that's interesting. So I really think that there's something definitely going to be happening in regards to the money with the Uranus and Taurus, because obviously it's happened before, and Uranus, has to do with like upheavals and things like that. Taurus is directly related to our world. That's why we're seeing issues with our food and the supply chain and things like that. And one thing that I also thought was interesting, I never saw the movie 23. I don't really watch movies, but I saw like a video on Instagram, and I was like, let me watch that movie. And they brought up something, Julius Caesar was stabbed 23 times. And I was like, that's interesting, considering we know that's the 74th day of the year. And did Demar Hamlin, wasn't there something with like 37, or the score was like 3-7 or whatever?
The score is 3-7, and both Demar and CPR equal 37. Yeah.
Yeah, so cyber attack is 37.
Okay.
And I think that's interesting too. And there's also Saturn. You talk a lot about Saturn. It's you don't like the things you talk about astrology. I'm like interesting because Saturn has to do with the old world and governments and big institutions and things like that. And that is transiting Pisces starting March 7th. It'll be there for some time. And Pisces is the 12th house of like undoing and things like that. So I think that we're going to definitely see like a huge unfolding of like our financial systems and how it all works. And I was writing about it, just not just about like just regular people in general. Like I think a lot of people are going to start really looking at how they spend their money and their future. And like, wow, like I'm this age and my parents have this at this age and I'm this age and I don't have that. And I think there's so much regarding like we're all adults, right? But how many of us are so immature? And we do things very emotionally. And I think that a lot of people, because of their traumas, they age regress and they go back to acting like an entitled teenager. I think a lot of that stuff is going to be revisited during these transits, while the world stage is hammering it down on all of us. So I think it's a really pivotal moment in our society. And Uranus and transits, or Uranus and Taurus transits don't happen that often. It's like every 79 or 84 years or something like that. So this is like all of our lifetime. You know what I mean? So we'll never see this again. So it's going to be very transformative. I have so much stuff written down that would take like an hour to read it all. But there's definitely something going to happen. And, you know, the number 24 has been like really significant lately. So, and I know that's that dude's birthday. What's his name? Demar Hamlin. So, and also in my life, when things happen with me and people with the number 24 start popping up, I'm like, oh, this is interesting. So it makes me wonder if like it's going to be 2024 and they're kind of prepping for it now. But I don't know. So I just wanted to share all of that because there's definitely something I think everybody really needs to be really mindful of their situations.
Yeah, I think that's good advice. And again, the little summit they had last summer said within 2 years, so it could still be over a year away. So
yeah, definitely 100%. And you know, they're going to do what they do until we do something, and we all know like we can't even get along. Like, so it's like a whole mess out here. they really hit you from every angle. It's like so hard. And you know, I think something that I want everyone to really look at too and consider is I've been like having this obsession with mind control for the past few months, and it'll come out. You know, they manipulate everybody through the screens. We know that there's patents on it, but even like people like us who so badly want to do things, how affected are we by the screens? Like they give us these tools to use. And then because we try to talk to people, then we get wrapped up in the whole insanity as well. It's like, you know, so I think that everybody should just really start thinking about their internet usage, what we subscribe to. Like, why are we all still on Facebook and Instagram?
yeah,
Like, why? We can just delete it. We know that Facebook is DARPA, and people are like, oh, I'm shadow banned. Well, you're shadow banned because it's fucking DARPA.
Right.
Like, go out, please, back. You know, and it's like, well, I'm not using TikTok because it's China. It's like, well, Facebook is the CIA.
Indeed.
You know, what are you doing? So it's just, it's frustrating. And the solutions are so very simple, but like they really hit people from every angle with everything. So hope everybody's taking care of themselves out there and trying to approach life from a more mature and logical stance because, I mean, everybody's fucked up out here. So, thank you for giving me a few minutes to talk. I appreciate that. But yes, watch your money, and it's just going to be really fucked up. They're definitely hammering it down. Oh, one more thing. I'm sorry. I was just taking notes right before I called in. Today in the news, Wells Fargo is moving away from the mortgage market. That's a huge thing, right? Housing is, oh my God, it's crazy. So, well, that's huge. They're moving away from it. They're going to start only writing mortgages for minority groups and focusing on their current mortgage, like the people that have mortgages now. That's huge. People aren't going to be able to get a mortgage. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's so bad. It's so bad. And in 2022, Santander announced that they're not going to be writing mortgages in the U.S. So these companies are moving away, you know, from the mortgage market. And it's interesting because, and people always try to talk about astrology. Like, I saw like a video a few months ago. It was like trying to explain astrology to a finance bro. And like, I've definitely been in that situation. And J.P. Morgan, right, who's huge, right? He's behind the Titanic and all that, you know, the Federal Reserve. He consulted astrologers to make his investment in the market. So, and he's not the only one. So people really need to start paying attention to what they call pseudoscience because it actually is logical. You think it's very simple, you know, to use. So that's it. I will. I didn't want to call in because I know you were like tired and, you know, needed to eat and whatnot. So I appreciate you we talk.
Sure. Thanks for calling in, Dana. Lots of interesting thoughts and information, and I do appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Have a good night.
All right. Yeah, you too. Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. I think it's truth does not exist. 772?
Hey, Zach.
Yeah.
Hey, Zach, I'm going to talk really fast to keep it under a minute. So I have three quick things. There's two things I want to get my perspective on that were in the news yesterday. One of them was that yesterday there was supposedly the guy who murdered his wife, and he spent $450 in cleaning chemicals. I'm a chemist.
I covered it yesterday, right? Right.
What?
I covered this story yesterday.
Yeah, so anyway, so he was using bleach, and bleach only costs $4 for a large bottle. He didn't spend that much. And there's another story. The planes, all the planes that went down today, it said supposedly there was a corrupt file that they had to reboot the system that supposedly took 90 minutes, which is kind of unlikely, but because I work with these kinds of systems. So anyways, if there's a corrupt file on the hard disk, rebooting the system doesn't do anything. And anyways, those systems are using Linux, probably Debian, and all you have to do is replace a file. You don't have to reboot it. So what they're saying doesn't make any sense from a technical standpoint. That's a lie. That's basically impossible. That's not how tech works. The third thing, if you could cover Serena Williams actually got baptized as a Jehovah's Witness today. Be kind of interesting because the cult's been they've been losing a lot of members, especially these past couple of years. So a high-profile person gets in there. I just thought it was interesting. Maybe you could decode it. Yeah, that's pretty much it. But also, if you could text me tomorrow about the calculator, there's just I want to know what names the calculator. What names the ciphers. I want to give the ciphers on my calculator their true names, and I want to get rid of the date calculations that Derek just made up. I want to keep everything true. That's basically all I need to ask you about.
Okay. Well, I literally write down the numerology date methods that I use every single day. It's at the top of every sports post. So.
Okay. Well, that's it. That's all I had to say.
All right. Appreciate it, man. Later. Okay, I do want to say thank you to the people who gave super chats before I sign off. People don't want to stop calling. They're not respecting the fact that I want to eat some food. Bamboo Soldier donated $2 for the Lepeto Fund. I appreciate it. Shark donated another $5. Said, thank you, Zach. Excellent stream. Appreciate it. Alt Horse Think donated $2 and said, wisdom sharing groups were good. Later infiltrated. Somebody's calling from Seattle. Really? Seattle.
Hey, this is Joe in Boise. Appreciate your work, Zachary. I just wonder what your take might be on Jeff Beck's death, the famous guitarist.
I put out a video on it about 30 minutes after the news broke.
Okay, I'm late to the party. Thanks for taking the time.
But he died on his 201st day of his age, and it's synced up with Jimmy Page and Eric Clapton, the members of the Yardbirds, and of course it's synced up with the Pope and the Superior General. It's about as Jesuit of a murder ritual as there ever was. So
that's the first thing that crossed my mind. I post a lot of your stuff on my Flakebook page. I don't know how many people look at it, but
yeah,
I really appreciate it.
Yeah, it's the live stream before this one, so you should see it.
Okay. Hey, thanks, bro. Appreciate your work, man.
Yeah, welcome. Take care.
Thank you.
Okay. Divine Lion chipped in $10 and said, peace and blessing, family. Thank you, Zach, for all the hard work. Thanks again, Divine Lion. And Traveling Teresa chipped in 10 and said, lurker here, listening and learning. Appreciate that. And Mr. Tack Pans from Canada chipped in 5 Canadian. And yeah, it's just, I'm sorry, I'm not going to take any more calls, you guys. It's like seriously, if you're calling in at this point, it's like you're trying to annoy me. So yeah, we raised $31 in the live stream. I do appreciate it. And Congrats to the winners. Vaccinated Bees Decode. Yeah, the vaccine was approved on 12/29, the 101st prime. I covered it a few times in streams I've done, and there's a post on my website, GematriaEffectNews. And that put us up to the magic $33 for the stream. Okay. All right. I'm honestly not even going to eat anything. I am starving, but I'm just going to go to bed. It's too late to eat now. I don't like to eat right before I go to sleep, so I'll eat something in the morning. All right, True Seeker. Have a good night. Good day for another part of the world. And till next time.